Ladies and gents, welcome to a brand new season of the Clash of Giants. This is season 6. Alongside me is Red Queen Andy. My name's Contra. It's great to be back. This is my first cast of the year, and I'm excited to see what happens here. So, how are you holding up, Red Queen?
Oh, I literally left my car just outside and let my mom actually park the car because I was trying to hurry up in here to make it just in time. I don't want to miss anything, Contra. If you saw what happened yesterday, it was full-on PUBG Mobile action right off the bat. So I do expect the same thing to happen for today. So you better prepare yourself because I think I consumed 2 cups of coffee just for 6 matches.
Well, tell you what, I actually do have a cup for myself as well, just to get myself ready because it is going to be an epic night. It's nighttime here from where I'm at, but for you guys elsewhere, maybe it's in the afternoon, in the evening. But no matter what, it's always a good time for PUBG Mobile. I got a little bit of glimpse of what happened maybe in the first day as well as second. But you gotta also fill me in on really what goes down here in the Clash of Giants.
Okay, well, I'll definitely tell you all the teams that's been performing really great. So far, day number 1, it had been dominated by the Nepali teams. And I think, yesterday, it's pretty much the same thing. Although TALON Esports still at the top spot with quite a huge number of points there. But this is the last day for them to actually make it happen for the team, Only the top 3 teams, as we keep on saying, from the get-go, will proceed, or will have a ticket to play for the grand finals. As for those teams that will place from 4th to 12, then they will have to play another set of matches, this time in the survival stage.
That's right, and we're already heading into Group B already. This is going to be the very final day of Group B's action. And after Group B is done, we'll have Group C happening from tomorrow onwards till the end of the weekend. Or should I say, on Sunday, that's where the survival stage will start. What are they playing for? A whole lot of money on the line, for sure. And of course, first place, you get yourself a hefty chunk of $500 in the group stages. Second and third also receives some chunk of money as well. In the survival stage, an extra $650 for that number 1 spot. And if you are the king of kings here in the Clash of Giants, lo and behold, 2.5K is on the line. And of course, point system as follows. As you guys probably won't be the very first time that you tune in, but if this is the very first time, then 10 points for the chicken dinner, and the number increases from 10 hours as displayed on your screen. But you know what? A brand new year, a brand new resolution for all these teams on their road to another epic PMGC, and it all starts from here. Well, at least we get themselves on this testing ground to see how well are they prepared for their respective regional leagues. But when you put all these international names together, it's gonna be a good time.
Oh, definitely. I feel like, everyone's really having a good time. And the fact that I believe as well that this is everyone's first cast, everyone's first tournament. And also the big thing that we keep on mentioning is the fact that, we saw a lot of roster being changed, players actually being transferred to another team. So we feel like this is such a huge reset, for the competitive scene at PUBG, and everyone's just excited what will happen for the year 2025. But just to give you guys an idea, for Group B, if in case you just tuned in, BIGETRON 9, REGANS Gaming, 628, GLU Squad, Team Falcons. This is the first batch, and of course ASI 8. There's also that big question we're in. As you can see, Falak is no longer playing for ASI 8, so there's that question we're in if Crypto and the rest of the gang can sustain, being or performing really great for the whole team, or do they need Falak to be in the roster just so that they can perform big? So lots of question in there.
Yeah, definitely there's still a big chunk of the DNA of ASI 8 to still be pretty much well gelled intact. Whereas I'm looking at this new spirit coming in from TALON Esports, which sees them dominate. We saw those runs for the past 2 days, and they've got the most eliminations right now over on the top of the table. And of course, we got all these big familiar names. Your heavy favorites out here, DRS is going to be fielding mainly a pretty much stacked roster that has been fielded since, the past couple of seasons, maybe adding a few names on the table as well. Whereas Vampire Esports has also added new names on the block. So I think there's a whole lot for us to discover. Whereas, DRX, Robbie Bros, and Vagabond, they have also been one of these heavy contenders in the season.
Oh, definitely. You know what I love about this batch is the fact that everyone's just so eager to perform really great. You'll definitely see that in the set of matches that we're gonna have for this evening. MME, MIRAMAR's Esports, this is the first time that I captured a tournament with them playing in it, and so far, the consistency is outstanding. Harami Bros, the sole representative coming from the Philippines, also performing great, especially in Pochinki in ERANGEL, where they usually have a clash with MME coming from Nepal. So I think that's one of the drop clashes that everyone is also eager to see. Yesterday, I was keeping tabs, and it's already 2-2, so they're tied. But yeah, both ERANGEL and MIRAMAR will definitely see a lot of drop fights happen, and oh man, I just sometimes I need time to catch my breath with everything that is happening, but that's what we came for. We came for the action, and the teams are really performing. That's why we love it, and the fans are happy. As long as you guys are happy, we are happy.
That's right, and on our screens, we've already seen the teams that have qualified from the Group A, where we have names like Object, Esports, Tandem, and so many more great teams out there. And the ones that are directly seeded for the grand finals are ERANGEL for Miracle Vibes, as well as Red Force right there.
And it's Red Force, yeah.
Yeah. So that being said, there's so many slots out there, but within these three groups of play, we will have to find out. Today's gonna be that hustle time for everybody here inside of Group B to really struck their stuff. Maybe day one may not be favoring certain teams out there, but this is gonna be pretty much crunch time for all the teams that have had at least a glimpse of a moment for them to actually play catch up from yesterday's run. So whoever's sitting on 16, I don't know if there's going to be much more chances, because we only got a handful of games for tonight before we move into the survival stage over the course of next week, or should I say Sunday.
You know what? It's a tight competition, to be honest. Imagine we do have 18 teams in the lobby, and these teams are actually competing for the top 3 slots, to get a direct invite to advance to the grand finals. I feel like, if I have a chance to skip the whole survival stage thing, then I would definitely go for that one. So I feel like really everyone's determined to get the top 3 slots. As for the Arena and the rest of the team from Group A that made it to the grand finals, I think it's really gonna be an interesting showdown, so to speak. I just want to say that I've been very happy. I've been so much in the mood since yesterday, because I'm telling you, everyone is just really, really fighting. All fights are happening simultaneously at the same time all over the map, and I'm just excited to begin our matches, and I'm pretty sure you guys are too.
That's right, and go ahead, roll in whichever names that you want to roll in the chat right now. From these runs, we see a lot of support for ASI8, and of course all the love for the South Asian teams out there. Also, we've seen some of the heavy favorites, Falcons out there as well. Show them all your love and wherever you guys are from, or who knows, if there's a team that impressed you, go ahead and cheer for them as well. Make sure if you guys have any banters, keep it a little friendly, and yeah, we'll keep it rolling. So that being said, I am stoked for this session. This has been, couple of weeks, or should I even say months, since I last casted. It's been a quiet winter, I would say, and I'm glad we start off 2025 pretty much right. And as much as you were rushing through all these kind of stuff, no more rush for you guys who are sitting back or relaxing, or whatever you're watching from a COD monitor or something like that. We'll fill you in with the details. The MVP so far has got to be Linux.
And we're loving the goatee, Contra. You look really good. But anyway, yeah, you're right. I mean, the overall MVP yesterday, coming from Talon Esports, it's Linux with 26 elimination points and 5,364 damage output. But honestly speaking, we've got a lot of top performers coming from this batch, coming from this Group B. And I'm interested to see and even curious to know if there are other going to be, like players that will be stepping up for this evening. Um, uh, and just like what I mentioned a while ago, road to MVP, we've got at least 5 here. Talon Axel also in the list here. We've got X from DRS. We've got Burhan coming from Talon Esports, and Pickup coming from HAINA Esports. So we got 3 players from Talon Esports, understandably so, because again, they are currently the kings for Group B, and they did manage to put such a significant gap, between the rest of the teams. So pretty much all they need to do for today is cement their position in the overall rankings.
Yeah, simply put, just do not flop all 6 games, and they should be good to go for the survival stage. And the journey does not end here. I'm hoping to actually see a lot more of all these teams to be able to play up, catch up towards Talon's stack roster right now. 3 of these members out of 4 are in the top heavy hitters list. So that just shows you how scary Talon is. And I was just thinking, the Lunar New Year is coming, Chinese New Year, if some may call it. And it's gonna be the year of snake, and what usually devours snake? Yep, eagles. These guys got sharp eyes.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot we're gonna celebrate a new year, Chinese New Year that is. Now talk about overall rankings, ladies and gents. We've got 130 set up by Talon Esports. They do have 1 chicken dinner. The Real Soldiers is just following closely behind Talon Esports with 2 winner chicken dinners and 107. Now if you're gonna be looking at the teams that did perform great yesterday and was able to move up ranks, that would be Team Secret coming from Vietnam, securing 2 chicken dinners, and then we've got a BIGETRON with a 75. Now the crowd's favorite, we've got Falcons Force, Vampire Esports. We also got Harami Bros, because I know there's a lot of Filipinos down there in the comment section really cheering for them. We are still waiting for them to kind of have an explosive performance. When will they pop up? That is still the big question. And of course, DRX. I mean, this is this team, I've already praised this enough, because I think we casted right for the Korean League, and I keep mentioning the fact that DRS is one of the teams that I can say pretty consistent in terms of getting those elimination points, and right now I'm just not really seeing it. But yesterday they were able to get a chicken dinner. I hope they can replicate the kind of energy back again for the final set of matches for Group B.
But the good news for all these fans hailing from Nepal, supporting all the teams out there, majority of the teams are doing relatively well, and AST is just inches away from moving into the first pager of the podiums instead. So I guess we'll kick off inside of ERANGEL, and then we'll have back-to-back MIRAMAR rounds, and then followed by another double ERANGEL before we head to the final matchup in MIRAMAR. I love the format so far. It's pretty much crystal clear without the randomness of all these fights inside of Sanox. So at least all these teams can be a lot more accustomed to playing against each other on the classic big maps that we've always known and loved. That being said, though, when we look at some of all these names out there, I was really surprised that the teams from PL are starting things a little bit slow, and I'm kind of concerned for names like STE, the 628. We know the amount of potential that they do have. I'm just not sure whether if there's any issues that they're facing, whether if it's latency, whether it's just some communication stuff in between them. But I'm just hoping that we're going to get a whole lot more coming in from the team to see if there's going to be any chance at all that they could bounce back. But I guess this is the part that I come in and maybe not even hit a single mark. So I guess you know more than I do. Rick Queen, you should start first.
What do you mean? Do you see my score down below? It's an egg. But anyway.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, I mean, this is something that we need to go through every night of the competition. So for my first choice, hopefully I get this one right. I feel like I'm gonna put my fate on the real soldiers.
Ooh, DRS. You know, it's a tough choice for me because it's so easy for me to just choose Talon right now because they're currently #1. But I'm thinking that there's going to be a bounce back performance coming in from Falcons. So, I mean, like, they're not at the top, but they don't feel comfortable, but they are definitely getting there step by step. So I think I will start with Falcons first so that, you know, we get to see them maybe in the survival stage.
You know, that makes sense a lot because of the fact that, you know, Falcons Force, they started picking up the pace, I believe, game 3 yesterday, and they started at you know, being at the second page, and then they worked their way towards the first page. Same thing for BIGETRON, I believe. So perhaps, yeah, you're right. I mean, there is a need for them to be included in the survival stage, but we all know what these guys can do, right? We all know the caliber of this player, so perhaps they're in the mood to be part of the top 3. Then we'll definitely have a lot of action if ever that happens.
That's right, and overall, I'm also thinking that, you know, all these other teams like ASI8 and so can actually get there, and of course, a whole lot of love for H and E that are hoping to dethrone whoever's at the top talent esports right now. And honestly, they are in such a great spot where we really compare results right now. They're only a couple of points away just to also keep track of what's really going on. So how many points was that again? I gotta, of course, check once more, but of course, I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, I'll confirm it with production. But yeah, there's also one commendable gameplay that happened yesterday coming from DRX. We've got Jamin killing 3 players of Vampire Esports, so perhaps we can see some sort of a revenge, you know, coming from the Vamps, and just retaliate right now and give us a very good performance, you know, for the 6 matches this evening. After all, this is the final day, you know, for Group B, the final chance for them to kind of pop off and break their limits and maybe try to be part of top 3. But one thing is for sure, you know, for tonight, I'm betting on it, you know, putting my life on it, because I just know that every team that we have coming from this batch, coming from this group, is ecstatic to play, and I'm really looking forward to it.
That's right, and you know, like, despite us not really getting too much weekly of certain names like GLU or even MME, lo and behold, they are within that top 10. And you know, it's such bragging rights if you can just say, hey, I knocked out some of all these big guns in the PMGCs, sure, in the Clash of Giants, and they will remember it for a very long time. But this is still group stages. We are looking for the top few teams to join in for the survival stage happening over on Sunday. So make sure you guys tune in every single day of the week, ladies and gents. And now we shall begin with the first match of the Day 3 Group B. Clash of Giants 6.
All right, here we go. We're kicking things up in ERANGEL. As always, ladies and gents, of course, you are curious whether or not these teams are going to have a change of pace, a change in rotation, maybe you know, like Plan B. Yesterday we've seen, you know, Falcons Force have a different drop, as well as MME. They avoided the Pachinki, you know, during the final ERANGEL, or 2 ERANGELs, last ERANGELs that we've had yesterday. So perhaps they're coming back strong. They already had a chance to review the first the 2 days that we've had so far, the broadcast. So I'm pretty sure they went back to the drawing board, talked about what went wrong and what they can do right, you know, how they can be proactive in a lot of situations inside the game. And so far, the flight pad, we can already identify the point of impacts right here. Pochinki is definitely one of them. It's a little, I guess, far from the military base, but then again, let's see if that particular spot will be occupied or like highly populated. But then again, we still need to wait for the initial circle, because the circle will dictate the pace of the game.
That's right. We see a flock of crowd over onto the northwestern terrains where we have AST, GLU, as well as VE. Just across that region of vertical, which can be a little bit more concerning. Now, this is kind of like a small little split heading into the islands as well, but most likely not, you will expect teams to still water along the coastal shorelines of the mainland instead. So could it be around the areas of farm? We shall find out. But we already heard shots fired, and we're already in a battle here inside of South George. And this is going to be a great connection coming in. It's going to be the first blood secured by traits of AST.
Yep, Tribe AEROMACY versus Vampire Esports, and I feel like they were able to drop one play coming from Vampire. So talk about upper hand, it will be coming from Tribe AEROMACY. Oh, the back and forth still continues. We can see that Venom on the stage here coming after Yahoo of VPE. Yahoo very low in HP, so there's a need for him to kind of recuperate, heal up, but he needs to do it fast because Tamang is already on his way together with the boys here, hunting them down, getting the point, and eliminating the rest of Vampire Esports. Not a great start for the Vamps, if you ask me.
Tribe AEROMACY just aced him and not even fallen once in that fight. That is how strong this team is. It's just insane to just see a team like Vampire Esports crumble just like that. Wow. And for the fact that Vampire Esports, this has been their home base across Southeast Asia circuits for the longest time, and they just lost just like that. It felt like they were not prepared at all. That double knock that we saw inside that building, that was where, you know, everything crumbled for VP.
Oh yeah, for sure. Tribe AEROMACY, just to get you guys the updates that you need. They're the only teams coming from the second page with a winner chicken dinner, and Jaw has been performing really great. Got nothing against that guy, you know. He's such a young kid, so when it comes to the competitive scene, I'm pretty sure that this guy can actually make it. Bright future for this little boy right here. And speaking of alterations, again, MORONS Esports did not choose to drop in Pochinki, so I don't think the fight between Harami Bros and MME will happen, you know, at least for this stage. But they are a bit south part of the main peninsula, close with a Team Secret, but we're going back to that one because TALON Esports, the top team versus 628 from China.
628 going in with a very aggressive push. We can see the, along with the harder way that they push through, and they managed to at least catch one, but two members have already dropped to their knees so far, needing a little bit of a helping hand to get back on track. So Yushi's going to be on that rescue while the nades are being dropped in. Axel managed to still secure it, so STE will lose one in this fight so far. And as the dust settles in, it's going to be Talon's turn to strike. And, you know, the top dog versus the current underdogs right now, STE is desperate for those points, but is this the way to go? As we have seen what Talon could actually offer, as they have challenged inside of Yasnaya Polyana for a couple of times already. This is going to be How just playing a very defensive position and hoping to not get caught by any of all these grenades. So far, 628, despite losing one member, they are holding just fine.
I think it's just a fair fight because Talon also playing with just 3 members, and we're seeing some kind of standoff happen between these two teams now. Nobody wants to make a, you know, like a rush decision or anything. At this point, they need to be cautious at every step that they take, and I think both the teams are doing just that. We've got Nan1 behind the wall here. He would want to keep that element of surprise to catch his opponents off guard, but not the same though for Hao and Jushi, as they are already on the ground here. Talon Esports once again dominated the fight. 628 exited the game with only 1 point, and 2 teams already out of the game. We're just at stage 1.
Yeah, and that's how explosive it gets here in the Clash of Giants. Talon Esports, like you said, they only lost one member through that altercation. STE, they've only got 1 point out of that, so that is going to hurt them a whole lot, meaning to say they only have 5 more games to make things happen. And honestly, 5 games, it's going to be so tough mathematically to even make it into the top 10, unless if they have, you know, crazy streaks of elimination points throughout the run with a big fat chicken dinner. Then if that ain't happening, I guess STE, they're just going to be testing the waters, which is why they go in for challenges against Talon Esports.
I I feel like they're just playing for experience, honestly. I mean, maybe perhaps just gathering some information and how like teams rotate. I mean, it's all part of the game, right? Information gameplay doesn't just happen inside a battlefield, but you also need to do like a lot of research about like who is their best player, which is the one really taking all the hits, or you're like are they performing really well? So because they're already an established organization. We know that they have been, like playing the global stage as well for quite some time now. And this play coming from 628 is not the usual play that we can see inside a battlefield when the official tournament starts. So,
Hmm.
yeah, I feel like they're just playing for experience here. But as for Vampire Esports, I'm thinking whether or not they're gonna try to make it be part of the teams from 4 down to 12. I mean, it is still possible even if we're down to just 6 matches left. I mean, we're talking about Vampire Esports, so pretty much again they can transform into the beast that we know that they are and just get a lot of points.
Yeah, since this is technically like an off season, well, there is like a lot of room for experimentations as well.
Mm,
So therefore, like whether if you're gonna maybe switch up members and like try something new, or if you're gonna be like STE, you want to test out your firepower against certain teams out there, like, and there's not many stakes involved in that sense where it's just something that they get to learn. Well, okay, if this approach does not work, let's try something else on the
mm,
next game and the game after. That being said, though, when we take a look at the teams that are, at least putting the very strong efforts throughout the past 2 days, we have pretty much a very very competitive numbers here on the block where we are seeing a lot of teams over on the mid stage of the table to be pretty much neck and neck. And as
mhm,
I do predict, this actually goes around the circumference of farm, where we'll have big advantages for BTR holding up that potato hill, and they're
mhm.
already looking towards getting their hands up against VE, who are also in that prime spot.
Well, you did say that this is an opportunity for the teams to be kind of experimental with everything, like with synergy with how they approach each situation in the game, or like with their rotations. Yeah, I think I definitely agree with you. That is why huge benefits will definitely come to the teams that will be
Ooh.
part of the grand finals or even the survival stage, because then you can test your player if someone is trying to audition for the team, whether or not he'll be good, he'll be a good fit, right? But coming back to the game, ladies and gents, we got Bigetron Nuts, we got Car 24 over here, and so far they try to open fire up against a Vagabond Saudi coming from Vietnam, but I don't think they're gonna take the bait here. I mean, it's stage 2. Perhaps the boys are thinking this is not the right time just yet, to risk losing some members. So better yet, prioritize getting inside the circle first,
Hmm.
and maybe chill and just expect those team to, or like the enemies, head towards their direction, and probably that's the time they will engage. But as for Team Falcons, Nerd said monitoring the situation, he knows that perhaps there are at least 2 teams lurking within the area and also within proximity. So, but I don't think they're going to be having a hard push just yet.
Yeah, I do like the position for Falcons because they're playing on the far south and where there's not going to be any teams for them to cover from a bridge because of how the flight path actually projects in such a way where no teams really get that firm access into the islands. So all they really have to worry about is everybody else on that mainland. It really depends on how the next circle dictates where they should go, or should they just stay put if it does favor them. Whereas, I'm just trying to wrap my head around certain teams who's got, it's off season. Sometimes they change their names into funky names. And I have got no clue who's playing in Bigetron Knights right now. It could be somebody out there who's trialing for the team. It could be,
Yeah.
the usual Zuxi, you name it. All the superstars that uh, all the Indonesians and the clans all around the world know and love. But
Mm.
Prime Aeromacy got caught by rotating outwards, and they are trying to ambush right into the shack. But this is Rage that catches them instead. Prime Aeromacy tries to push through. Venom now charging onto the block. Starting to protect the game. That's not going to be enough time. Venom now on that hunt. Beautiful nade cut right through. It's only down to Rage. And think that none. AST on a
Oh.
dominating streak.
Oh man, that was like full aggro coming from Tribe AEROMACY. You would expect that Harame Bros would kind of have a great defense since they've already positioned themselves, right, inside that building. But Tribe AEROMACY, man, that was such a great crash into that compound. But I don't think they're going to be lasting long because there was another challenger that would be GLU Squad. And GLU Squad, perfect timing. I mean, timing is also key. It is essential to know whether or not it is safe for you to crash that compound and actually assume a lot of points there. And GLU Squad, perfect timing. They did not let the opposition lick their wounds or even do a major reset. They just went in, got the job done, and now they're just ripping the rewards. Why did I see a picture of a girl just a minute ago? Okay, I'll ask production in just a while. But anyway, from the kill vid, it's BIGETRON versus VENA, and you did mention just a while ago a concept about players coming from BIGETRON that using pseudonames. Yes, I will give you a T. There's a local player from our community that actually transferred to BDR. Nothing is official just yet. Nobody is actually confirming this one. But yeah, there's rumors that Federalis might be part of BTR.
Holy smokes, Federalis. Now that's something I want to see in BTR for 2025. But, I got to focus back into the action because there's just so much going on around this hillside blue squad. After going for that third-party rush, they find it hard to keep it together. They're getting ambushed just like how the other teams that were here are like AST. But at least the dust has settled for a little bit. There is a respectable distance, but it will be TALON Esports right across the compounds, trying to see if they could actually find something here. It's going to be MME instead. I did get the names wrong a little bit, but don't mind me about that. Matt MORONS, though, they should be able to hold still, but they are on that deficit in terms of numbers. But any cap they could get, that will be worth something in return.
Yeah, it could be pretty hard to pull off, but we've seen a Joker perform yesterday, and this guy is, pretty insane in the battlefield, I can say. Yeah, it's true they are at a disadvantage considering the fact that they don't have enough manpower to support perhaps if they're thinking whether or not they're going to be crashing that compound as well, where GLU is currently staying at. But I think they just need to play it smartly. We've seen a lot of clutches happen, even if they are on the, like the disadvantaged side of not having that those numbers that they need. But checking out DRS, currently rotating, but I just saw another team pretty close to where they are. So that would be, BIGETRON Knights.
BIGETRON Knights have already scouted the vicinity, so they would know that the DRS is approaching around those corners. They are keeping an eye out. A very wide angle approach coming from BTR. Not much that we've seen so far, but they are now on the outskirts. They will have to find a way in. It's going to be favoring ASI8 directly centered into those compounds over the course of the hill. So let's see if they're going to be challenged eventually, but there's a whole lot to do to whoever's not in the field, meaning to say teams like Falcon over the south, they will have to journey their way in and perhaps might actually suffer some casualties because there's a bunch of teams coming from the south, coming from the west as well. Not plenty of great options unless they slowly wait it out. But here we go. We're going to get some form of action one way or another. DRS plotting where should they actually go next because this area has been blockaded by BTR.
And this is actually happening from outside of the zone, just from coming from the east side. So I think there's a need for both of the teams to actually just engage before they can get in safely. But I feel like KAGENDRA might join into the mix in just a while. Right now they're having an exchange up against BTR. We got Car behind this big rock right here trying to shut down at least one player coming from KAGENDRA. But I don't think it's going to be enough. He's a little damaged, so he needs to back away from the situation to kind of recuperate. But coming off the kill feed, it's HME versus DRX. Jaimine currently on the ground. No confirmation just yet if he's been picked up and sent back to the lobby here.
Yeah, Falcons have also joined in the fray as well, picking up one against KAGENDRA while HAINA Esports finds one from the long range. Stab down, running right through, finds another member of BTR as well, but quickly gets shut down by Ken over in the corner. Capper now going for a little bit of heal. Meanwhile, Arc tries to stay afloat. It's only down to Arc right now. So far, Arc's been the one that has to hold the points, but KAGENDRA shreds them to bits. Casper, one man standing between them. Is it going to be down to a 1 versus 1? But remember this, Falcons have already pushed through. Falcons does have the advantage, so it's all about wrapping things up. KAGENDRA, that's one grenade, but it's not going to be able to hit the mark just yet. The Blue Zone's also coming right through. There's not much time to actually heal up. That Ace put some work up against Falcons, or else he will be shorted down. One more member being taken out instead. Falcons need the opportunity and will slowly fritter them down.
Ooh. Oh man, Casper just turned into a ghost there. He's not so friendly though, so but anyway, Team Falcons right now survived a clash. I believe that was up against KAGENDRA, although in that process they also had like 2 casualties, but I guess it is still okay. Now we're down to 11 teams. No, forget I said anything, because Nerdsy got caught off guard there by VENA Esports, and now he is out of the game. So it's just Tops playing for Falcons.
That's right, and Falcons have been doing such a great job just securing everybody by the edge of the zone. This sweeper keeper technique has been working wonders for the Falcons for so far, that they've acquired a total of 5 points without needing to really put their bodies on the line for most part. When I do say that, it's actually down to 1 member left for the side of Falcons, so they did actually put their bodies on the line for that. Well, meanwhile, no challengers so far up against ASI8. They are firmly planted directly in the center, should be able to at least reap the rewards of this upcoming zone. And yes, indeed, it moves further up towards the north side. There is some wiggle room for top, but I'm looking at the south side. Take a look at that. You got VENA. You got so many more, and there we go. DRS is the next one to be caught out. Baro quickly finishes him off alongside with Baxi.
Oh man, and just to mention that VENA actually is on a 2-2 split here, so 2 of them trying to manage a DRS while the other 2's just staying behind, from inside the compound. But it was such a great job, for VENA Esports managing to accumulate 4 elimination points. Again, there's no problem in terms of like energy. Everyone is giving just that. But as for MME, kind of fell short, for our first round this evening. But nothing is too late just yet. They can definitely make up for more points later on as we continue on to our set of matches. Now on the screen we can see that Crypto's just on prone here, trying to get lucky and trying to find an opening shot. Let's see if he can actually get that one. But as for VENA Esports, trying to get behind the tree here could be difficult, if ever they get shut down for the rest of the team to pick them up. But let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, they're closing it right through, forcing DRS to not really have enough room to actually cut through, but to take this fight up against VENA Esports. So, well, I guess like this is the logo of VENA Esports, a lady. So if that actually answers your question for now, but at least from what I do assume. But anyways, when we do take a look at the rest of VENA Esports, they should have firm advantages, but I'd say that this is DRS that they're going after, and they will now suffer blows. It's now being took from side of example. He's going to be able to chunk in those damage, and all of them shall perish just like that. DRS survives.
Oh man, Killfit definitely is lining up as we speak, and just like that as well, VENA Esports already out of the game. So the girl is actually coming from VENA Esports. Perhaps, there is a lady in the team, and I'm very much interested. You rarely see something like this, from inside the games. As you all know, our industry is pretty much a male-dominated industry, so we'll try to find out with the production if it is really true that there is a lady in the team. But as for ASI8, Crypto, although bagging 3 elimination points, finds himself on the ground. So let's wait and see if the team could go for a quick pick up here. But after Killer YT doing a massive spree up against TALON Esports, did not connect.
Yeah. Tough chance coming from this sort of distance, but YT at least make notice of the approach of TALON Esports now, trying to approach the heel side. But no matter how these teams move about, eventually somebody's got to deal with ASI8, who are firmly pounded over in the center, and they're not really getting into the thick of the action just yet. It's all about all the other teams out there who's hoping to actually play for a lot of all these kill points out here to be able to actually seize this opportunity. Axel now finds a great angle, actually puts a chunk of damage right across HNE. but K-Penny still goes in to batter and bruise other teams out there with 5 elimination points. Circle does now pull up towards the north, favoring Talon Esports. This is going to the battle all the way through, where Talon Esports will just have to hold firm and steady with those 2 members left.
REGANS just got obliterated, ladies and gents. So if they're fans of REGANS Gaming, unfortunately, they're now back inside the lobby. And this is the current situation. On your screen, we've got a DRS with 7 elimination points, although Delta is already not part of the game. ASI8 with 4, Hasaki out of the game as well. We are left with just 6 teams remaining. One more team to go out, and we'll definitely hear that background music, which makes us all anxious. But anyway, Frankie receiving a little bit of damage coming from Crypto just moments ago, but wasn't enough to shut him down just yet. Now Pekka is trying to scout the area, trying to get closer to fire. Best to be careful to not get fired at coming from ASI8, but he is really pushing his limits here. Pretam cooking up that nade. Ghost just pulled his UMP, and now the clash, the back and forth, the trade is about to happen.
There goes Simpson, tries to wrap around the corners as well. These 2 battling it all out. Crypto tries to hold a low ground. He does get the shot right in, finds the drop onto Slayer. Now it's all down to Himson over the top end of the corner. Crypto tries to get his health back up as well. But take a look at the flank. It's going to be Example. He catches up Crypto. And just like that, ASI8 is gone. But at least, even they held true to the middle ground, they managed to at least book those 5 points. And now the nades will come true. Example now, trying to prey onto the fallen members. And down to Himson, who is trying to look for the angles which he haven't got a glimpse of Example just yet.
XMPL was at the right spot, at the right time. Not to down on the ground on his knees, bleeding out. There's still time to pick him up, but they need to do that in such a fast manner, considering the fact that DRS already thinking that they will be pushing in just a while. But it's a total domination coming from Team Secret. Now, if we talk about number advantage, the real soldiers, well, they still have 3 more players now. XMPL continues to do a massive spray, applying a lot of pressure up against HAINA Esports. Hinson very low in HP, and here comes XMPL with an A. Can he be accurate? Oh, but what a great follow through. That was such a nice spray, and finally got the job done.
Yeah, it just flushes him out of that position. The smart play coming in. Well, we still have X also covering over onto that lower ground. So this is very, very likely to be the Arts' game to lose. And the Chicken Dinner pretty much is inevitably going to their hands unless these solo targets all across these corners somehow, some way catches a couple of units of DRS. So there's still some possibilities out there, but speaking of TRS, we also can't forget about DRX, who are fighting their way back into the first page. Now moving into the top 4. This is going to be a prime opportunity, but they've only got that 1 point of elimination so far. Still a lot of work to do. If they could get any closer to the top 2, then things will look a lot better for DRX, who's got at least 2 members to work with.
Okay, I'm already happy to see DRX being part of the top 5, at least for our first round. It means that, it's very promising. I feel like they're already in the mood to come show themselves and really perform that QXZZZ. Okay, wow. Received a lot of damage coming from Burhan of Talon Esports, but what a shot coming from Killer Whitey. Oh my goodness, DRS with 10 elimination points. Man, stellar performance right off the bat, showing us what they can do in the battlefield.
Why did I not vote for DRS in the first game is what I would just ask myself, because these guys have shown why they have consistently been Nepali's favorite and top team across the global stages as well. Now, this so far pretty much secures it for the side of DRS. If they can strike onto DRX, it could pretty much be 100%. But so long as they do not have that intel on their current handabouts, it's going to be a little tad tricky, especially with Frankie hunting over onto the other side of the ledge. So I'm thinking whether or not will he be spun out? Will Frankie still get a couple more points for Team Secret, because he's on a streak? The last we checked, Team Secret had 5 points so far with him going on that domination. Now, Hyunbin, it's all down to him. And as a matter of fact, Hyunbin has been the only one that has been able to secure that elimination point back towards the favor of the RX. It's just a little bit of a waiting game so far. DRS, they can take all day. They know that eventually it will be delivered, signed, and secured.
Yep, they don't even need to do anything. They have all the advantages working out for them. I mean, they do have the numbers. They're controlling the circle, you know, dictating the pace of the game here. Just waiting for Frankie to kind of expose himself. You know, Frankie, I think he has the option if he will deny the point or will give the point to DRS. But yeah, okay, he's already been spotted by Killer Whitey, and now the dance is definitely happening. Here comes the attack. Oh, Killer Whitey gets shut down. But Q, I think a little help, you know, coming from QX Z here.
Yeah, great flank angles coming in. They're on that low ground where they managed to also get a couple of stock coming in from fallen units. Will it actually supplement them up against DRS? I believe that there should be just about enough equipment as well as utility for DRS to get Kill YT back into 100% of health. As a matter of fact, now he's already healed up. So they've already made note and taken notice of the presence of DRX, knowing that they're playing on that one area. So it's all about when exactly does DRX make a move, and I guess it's gonna be right now. Hyunbin looking to see if he can just strike down, example, as he's being a decoy for the rest of the RS to strike.
All right, here we go. Let's see what kind of magic DRX can actually pull in here. Hyunbin, man, got shut down, but gave great follow through because they were able to drop XMPL, you know, with the kind of exchange that we've just seen on the screen. But Killer Whitey getting close. He's trying to look for QX Z here, and QX is just holding on to this nade. But I think they've got it all figured out. He will try to do a massive counter up against DRX, but I think this is it. This is what we have been waiting for. The fact that DRX is trying to do a massive counter up in here, QX not letting a chance to spot him, but at the end of the match, oh my god,
did you just see that? That grenade that he tossed, that flipped those two members, the fallen unit as well as the one pushing through, and then it went down. That 1 versus 1. DRX delivers.
Oh my gosh! What did I tell you, Concha? Are you not entertained?
I am absolutely baffled. DRS, that was supposed to be a chicken dinner. What went on? I mean, it's just one guy out there. You know he's behind that rock. You can coordinate a little bit better. But hey, they've secured more than enough points to be able to still leapfrog ahead of DRX. But despite that clutch, Hyunbin has been doing well so far, fantastic, until the final point went over from QXZ, who's holding on in such a tiny little angle and somehow pulls through. How on earth? We gotta watch that replay again. I mean, if you guys are on YouTube, just scroll a couple of seconds away and just be in awe of what went down.
What I can say about this guy, man, despite, you know, DRS having all of the advantages, right? I mean, all they needed to do is just play the cards right. I almost got my point. I almost got my first point. You know, I was holding on to it. That's why I wasn't saying anything, because I didn't want to jinx, you know, like DRS. But that was such like a massive gameplay coming from QX here. You know, we were looking for a clutch. I even asked, you know, if they can actually pull a magic or like a trick from up their sleeves, and DRX delivered. You know, we were talking about DRX consistency just a while ago, and QX he just showed up. You know, he stepped up and they came to the game. Hopefully they can continue this kind of pace, you know, and power through the remaining matches that we still have. But yeah, I mean, one more spotlight for Killer YT. DRS not having the chicken is okay, but yeah, they've secured the MVP title of the match.
Yeah, we saw how much of an impact Kilowatti have actually offered overall in the course of the battle, from those early game hustles into that battle for the control of the hill, where they managed to also flush a couple of members of ASI, creating all that room for themselves to make it into this top 2. Though, it'll be the icing of the cake if they actually secure that chicken dinner, but tell you what, they don't need it, because you look at just Kilowatti as well as examples, eliminations alone, that is already equivalent to a chicken dinner. The damage output, fantastic. But of course, same could also be said about Axel from TALON Esports, as well as the clutch maestro, QXZ. 3 elimination points is all he needs to back that dinner home.
Wow. Again, first game, and a lot of teams performed, a lot of teams stepped up, and Killer Whitey once again was able to secure an MVP title for himself. Now 17 points for the Real Soldiers, followed by DRX. Again, that was a tight exchange coming from both teams here, and I know everyone is excited. Team Secret with 10. It's the same number that I can see on the screen between Team Secret, Talon, and HAINA Esports. We've got 5 teams that ended the game with a double-digit score. But as for MORONS Esports, not a great start for this team. Same thing goes for Vagabond Saudi. Vampire Esports, I'm just waiting for them to wake up, man. Like, when are you guys deciding to show up?
Well, if not now, then I guess next season of COG. Well, of course, there's always going to be plenty of all these amazing seasons to play out, but Talon Esports remain to be the top dog of the Group B standing so far. The RS have now moved into the second spot with a lot more points of a gap between them as well as HME. Team Secret has done just about enough maintenance for them to actually be within that top 5 ratio. But the biggest mover on that second pager, as we do see so far, has been ASI8, and also with DRX winning that chicken dinner, we could be seeing them in the survival stage. I mean, there's still 5 more games to go. I hope that they will remain consistent throughout the run.
I'm waiting for some sort of resurgence coming from the bottom teams here, and again, I'm waiting for Vampire Esports to decide to show themselves and just bring their A game. I mean, after all, like we have been discussing a while ago, Contra, the fact that if you can be included even in the survival stage or even in the grand finals, I think it will play such a huge benefit for your team, considering that there's a lot of young bloods, there's a lot of dark horses rising to the top, challenging those veteran teams who have been in the competition for quite some time. And I guess it makes everything so exciting and interesting for the year 2025. But we'll talk more of the action and what happened during game number 1 after a short break, so please don't go away. The match definitely started with a big bang, ladies and gents. Team drop into the hot zone, guns blazing. The early game is chaotic, a blur of gunfire and explosions. But yes, we need to catch our breath. Again, welcome to the Clash of Giants Season 6, brought to you by Ruthless Esports. My name is Red Queen, and today I am with the one and only Contra.
Yeah, I always enjoy my time here in the Clash of Giants, and of course, everybody here in the Ruthless Hype Esports have been nothing but amazing, where they just give us that full coverage of action and every single shot. So kudos to everybody back in production for that, and of course, you guys who have always been so supportive in the chat. Now, join us in this prediction right here, because we're helpless. Prot always wins. I feel like this is rigged, even you were so close to getting that 1-pointer, you were denied. So
I know.
So what's next? Sure, in Miramar, tell me who's gonna be the top gun for you.
The thing is, that's why I love this badge, is you really cannot say just who will win the fight. Everyone, again, I'm telling you, I feel like motivated to score a lot of points. And if you will notice, from top 1 to top 5 or even top 6, I think they've already won their own chicken dinner. So it's pretty exciting. We've got a diverse teams that we can see on the screen. And when it comes to prediction, it's definitely going to be hard. But I think I already have one in mind. But I'll give the floor to you. You can choose the team first.
That's a lot back and forth just to not choose anything. Okay, I'll just name drop right now. Give me... It's gonna be so easy to pick. I want to pick Talon. I want to pick DRX. Which one do I go for? Okay, let's go with. It's been a clutch. I think DRX is gonna get this one again, like back to back, because they need those points to firmly secure their spot.
I get you. Makes sense. Okay, since you went with the DRX, this time I feel like I'm gonna go with HAINA Esports.
Okay, great choice so far. Now, Prot, you guys got all the stats for you to refer to at all the time needed. So what's it gonna be, Prot? DRS. They were denied. It's fair enough. We should have actually, one of us should have actually picked it. And I think they're all riled up. That win supposed to be theirs. And this is where they try to claim it. So I love the kind of story that Prot is telling us without telling us anything at all. Just put that logo up there. And we will also be expecting DRS to be on that survival stage as well when we take a look at the amount of points scored. And we look at the form of Killer YT so far. MVP of that last round. Also supplemented by Sleepy and Co. Man, they are definitely on a dominating streak. So I'm definitely vouching for them as well. Maybe not this round, but eventually I'll get to them. And of course, all these other teams haven't shown love yet. You guys can do so. Don't worry. We're not biased in any way, right? Great Queen. We love all the teams out there, whether it's new names here on COG or even not.
This is an off-season, ladies and gents. We don't even know if teams are really in the mood to score a lot of chicken dinner, even in the mood to get those elimination points done. But the thing is, if the teams are most, if not all, are really performing, give you guys a fan service because they just want to make you guys happy. And we just, sometimes give them a break because they have been playing a lot of professional games so far for the last year,
True enough.
The official games hasn't started yet, but all I can say is that if they really want to be part of the grand finals, if they do really want to be part of the survival stage, it's not really hard for them to do just that. But as for the team's favorite list, such as FALCONS Force, Vampire Esports, BTR, Harame Bros, ASI 8, what can I say about these teams? Well, the one of the things that I always look forward to when it comes to off-season tournaments and the Clash of Giants are the 1v1s and the clutches. I mean, just a while ago, we've seen a huge clutch coming from QX Z, right? With one nade, he was able to shut down 2 players from DRS, and that was such an essential part of the victory, because if he wasn't able to do that, I think he wouldn't be able to score that chicken dinner. But the fact that he did, I bet that some of you probably asking right now if it is just like, what, luck? Or was it really skills coming from QX Z?
I think like it involves both, right? Like you require perfect timing to lob that nade, and for the enemy to also walk into that nade at the very same time, and then down to that 1v1. That's pure skill. So I say both. Don't at me for that, but you know what? ERANGEL's over. It's time for new grounds, or should I say familiar grounds, where we're moving in to Miramar up next.
Here we go. We are dropping to the vast desert of Miramar. You know how the game should be played, should be mid to long range fights. But then again, we're talking about Group B, and these guys are so kill hungry when it comes to points. You know, they will definitely turn the sand dunes over here to red, because it will be a bloodbath.
Well, I would say red, but sometimes, you know, the splatter comes in greens as well. So it's a bit green. Green's good because that's a sign of money. And these guys are also fighting to be the top contender moving into the survival stage and be rewarded with a couple $100, you know, as a little bit of bonus for all their sheer effort that they've been putting in through this COG group stage and then survival stage. There's even more money on the line, but you know, that shouldn't be the prime focus right now. Their focus should be to win out any of these matches to be played out. You can't win all of them, but you gotta at least try, you know. So once we do get into the current trajectory of the flight path, a lot of the northeastern corner of the map is being cut off. So we might even see certain teams actually fighting pretty early to go for alternative drops or so. Falcons gonna go in for the default drop, moving into St. Martin, whereas I'm taking a look at that heavy flock of crowd, which has been undecided on where they want to traject to. And Los Leones sees a little bit of crowd as well. And true enough, we will be at least skewered towards that mid-eastern sector of the map.
Picado will definitely light up in just a while, because we've got vampires in there, Harami Bros, and perhaps the Rex. You know, we've seen them fight, you know, for the last 2 days. Whenever we are at Miramar, and also Los Leones, I can already see at least 3 teams in here. GLU squad. Just a while ago, I saw Team Secret and ASI, and so perhaps, you know, teams are just busy getting all the weapons that they need and perhaps equipment. But as for Vampire Esports, they are ready to go. As you can see, DRX, they're a bit scattered all over this specific spot, which is Picado. So let's see if they can find an opening knock, and perhaps Vampire Esports this time can serve some sort of revenge and accumulate points they need to be even part of the survival stage. But then again, you know, we do have a fan favorite team that will definitely be included in the grand final. So if in case your favorite team doesn't make it, well, you can always vote for them.
Well, of course, like in that sense, you can rally on all your friends who are from supporters of certain teams out there who are currently in deep waters. For those who are, you know, not in deep waters, we'll still see them in the survival stage or even perhaps the grand finals directly. That being said, though, I like how these two teams have been at least adjusting to the tempo of play, hitting into this day tree where a lot of defensive measures have been deployed on the positioning, on how they actually move into certain areas of the map. Like Vampire Esports, they take the south side, occupying the offices, while DRX, they were located up towards the north side, where you could play from the apartments, from the corners of the arena, and there's just so many ways to go. And you know what? The last time that we've casted, we've not really seen horses around, and now we do have a lot of horses around Miramar, which is a beautiful addition. I hope that horses won't be turned into horse meat. I hope.
Oh no, please no. Oh no!
Oh
They're
boy.
getting shot at. We've got player trying to dodge the bullets being sent his way. But okay, it's a good thing because the horse, as you can see, is galloping. But then again, in front of him would be a player coming from MME, so it would be smart for him to actually still continue on galloping in the open fields of Miramar. Vampire Esports also getting shot at by the same team, MME. So pretty much their position here like bandits, like outlaws. Like if you
Ooh.
pass this certain terrain or like this certain road, it will be trouble for you. But you know what? There's another team that they're trying to challenge, and I believe those are the boys of Harame.
Yeah, Harame Bros having range to go in for the first down now, trying to go in for full punch. Oh my goodness me! Vampire Esports having swept them out with Schweppes just piling through all these bodies on the ground. I don't think that Harame Bros expected that to happen. They
Yeah.
were all focused on the shots coming through the hill, thinking it was the same team. However, Morons also getting flushed right through. Joker with a drop shot. Beautifully done. Finds VPE player. Who could that be? Well, you got to find out by yourselves because right now we're currently busy with this three-way warfare so early into the match, and it wasn't between DRX at all. It was VPE who decided they want to move out of the city and immediately getting clipped by these members of Harame Bros and also by some of the members of MME. But they will continue on their journey. They lose one player while they try to at least put a little bit of pressure on whoever's shooting back at them.
Honestly, just a few minutes into the game, I could not even believe that, MME was able to take a prime spot here. They were able to stop Harame Bros before they could even begin, and just like that, there is a necessity for Vampire Esports to kind of pick up their teammate even if they haven't healed him just yet and put him inside the car and move to another location, because look at what MORONS Esports is doing, man. They are on a hunt here, and I don't think they're gonna let Vampire Esports reset. I mean, if there's an opportunity, you'll definitely seize it, and Vampire Esports, I can say, in a world of trouble at the moment.
Oh, what a nade coming in from Cuz, connecting the dots, and this is going to be another big one coming from Joker, who has just closed in via the buggy. And also take note of the fact that all these knocks by Schweppes early on, those were not kills to be secured. They were all stolen away by MME. And here comes another third party. Axel has moved into the equation as well. Newsy holding them back. Master stops the Rocky, but it's going to be Newsy trying to hold down the line. But that's not going to be enough. 7 points for the Matt lads of Morons.
MME on fire as we speak. Talon Esports, are you guys being taken to bait here? Yes, they are. They heard the gunshots, and now they're coming after MORONS Esports. Can they have, or will they get a taste of their own medicines as Talon Esports now getting ready to charge this one? Already on the move, but you know what? Talon Esports getting picked off one by one. Another aggressive gameplay coming from MME. We are talking about 3 teams that they've already obliterated, Contra.
And those are not just any team out there. It's Talon Esports and Vampire Esports. And also take note of the fact they shut down 3 members of Harame Bros. Or should I say, steal it away from Vampire Esports in that sense. Do they even need the chicken dinner right now? That's 11 points for MME.
Wow.
Insane, I tell you that. Whereas, we got another fight happening. I can't get over the fact that we've got 11 points stashed by one team on Miramar at what? Stage 1. Stage 1. That's unheard of. Absolutely unheard of.
Honestly, they were really pretty fast, in getting all of the resources they need, coming up on top of the mountain right there and just really waiting for teams to pass by or like head towards their direction. I mean, to open fire up against a lot of teams that pass by, I don't know, like, where did they drop? I'm gonna review the stream later on. I'm telling you, it was so fast.
Yeah, it was super fast. It's like if you're on Monopoly, it's like you're rolling the dice and you're getting double 6 like 2 times, and then you immediately buy Mayfair. You buy everything on the block just like that. Like, well, first, let's not go to board games because they're not as exciting as this sometimes. Or I mean, you guys can argue with me with that. Well, I mean, they're equally as fun in that sense. But anyways, moving back into what we've just witnessed, right? Like just to even dissect it, the captain must just be telling, "Go, go, go! I don't care, just go." You know, like, and what's crazy is that MME, none of the members have fallen, none.
Yeah. Well, they are at very great position, honestly, high ground advantage, and then they set up their traps, and teams actually walked in. Harame Bros fell victim to it, even Vampire Esports, to be honest. Now, Hyun Bin again, oh my gosh! Myanmar's Esports now challenging up a DRX, who previously just won a chicken dinner, and I know they still have the momentum with them, but then again, MME might be their demise at this point. But there's also another team that would like to join the mix, and that would be the boys of Falcons.
And Gymnast also hiding inside the shack as well. I'm not too sure if there's any safe room for DRX to move at this moment. They could still wait out stage 2. It's not going to hurt them too much. Meanwhile, we have Blue Squad's very own XKF just hiding around the corner, and Jamin somehow does not even notice that Gymnast hiding inside of that shack. I guess that if there's going to be any form of opportunity, Gymna could easily secure at least 1 point here. Anything more than 1 point, it's going to be a big bonus out there. But Jamin managed to suppress one member of enemy, and that will be extreme. So at least somebody is going to be able to put a little bit of dent for the moment. But probably the revives will still go through. I don't think that there's going to be clean angles for the rest of DRX to fully commit. Whereas, because Occupy who sees one running right through, fix that pain! Oh boy, Tamang, you gotta check your corners.
Oh man, Morons Esports is having the time of their lives right now for this round. Amazing performance. You know, I was wondering if one member getting shut down, would that it be enough, you know, to kind of stop MME? But I don't think they are on a momentum right here as we speak. Now, Zyle definitely would want to avenge his fallen comrade. He cooked up that nade, but wasn't enough. But that was such a great follow through with an S12K, and now he just sealed the deal. I'm getting that point.
Yeah, that was beautifully done. That perfectly timed nade, and then the follow-up to that was just hard to respond to. So that's one member from MME tapping out Cole, but the journey continues. DRX, they firmly planted themselves directly in the center, and they were smart enough to move out of Picado, and since then, they already looted majority of the vast area. Even if the circle eventually moves back to Picado, they should know the way around it, since they have always been starting off in that checkpoint itself. Gymna does actually catch one out of DRX, so that is huge news for Harame Bros, who have lost majority of their members so far. But DRX, they should take notice, and who knows? 3v1 might be a lot harder for Gymna, but as we look at the small little feat over onto the bottom right-hand side of the screen, we have a fight going on, and that is the ERX versus the rest of Harame Bros. When I say the rest, it's only going to be Gymna. So they know he's right in there, but can they force their way into the shack? Don't want to take that risk, though, because Falcons, they've always been watching, and that's the reason why DRX, they're being put into this hostage situation, and not much to be done here. But 628, they found something right through while they hold towards the building of the office of Picado. And AST, they try to see if they could actually find another catch, but this is not going to be an easy task at hand.
Yep, actually ASD is holding on to a compound inside Picado. Now 628, I'm trying to find where they are. I'm looking. Okay, so they're also inside Picado. There's a lot of teams actually flocking in the middle as well. But coming off the kill feed, it's KAGENDRA versus MME. Extreme is currently on the ground, but of course we're keeping our an eye on what Tribe AEROMACY is going to do in this situation, considering that Venom is currently knocked down and Tamang again already out of the game. But they did manage though so to put up 3 elimination points under their name. Now, as you can see, Zayo is just anticipating an attacker. Perhaps he would want to keep that element of surprise. The need to catch his opponent off guard is, of course, a top necessity right here coming from Tribe ERANGEL. I don't think they're gonna let 628 have that upper hand advantage up against their team. Now here comes the attack. SLK once again, Zayo was able to get that kill. Now make that a 2-piece kill coming from Zayo alone.
That was beautifully done, making full use of the TPP angles that he has gotten so far. He understood that there's one watching over onto the stairwells, and that's where he strike first. With that one tap of the S12K somehow hitting onto the flicks and still getting that knock, and immediately moves back towards the other side of the angle where he knows very well that there is a hole that you can drop from the higher ground. So that being said, it was a swift measure, an STE. Unfortunately, with the points that they gathered so far, I would say that they won't qualify to the survival stage.
I don't think so. I don't even think that they're definitely going to be making it. But yeah, this is the current situation. Ladies and gents, we've got quite a number of teams that actually came fresh from Los Leones. Now they're making their way coming from the south part area of the map. But yeah, Chulamaka, the rest of KAGENDRA is pretty close with MME. But right behind them are the boys of BTR. So this could be a 3-way battle in just a while. But as for Falcons Force, they've already occupied the middle of the map here, close with of course, the last remaining player coming from Harame Bros would be Jibna and Saez coming from DRX. Now that was rather a massive spray coming from Crypto, but considering the distance, it's a little bit far, from the opposition, and they definitely survived. Now Saez, Jibna, 1v1 situation, Korea versus Philippines, and Jibna got sent back in the lobby.
So as he's just a man on a mission. He's running out in the open and just trying to hustle him through. He knows it's gonna be a 1v1, but that pure confidence coming from DRX is astounding. Like usually you would just push in with a couple more, but DRX, it's gonna be the final remaining member anyway, so it's kind of like a do or die. Like if you don't get the point, yeah, so be it. Like at least secure something before you go out. But can they pull the same trick twice? Now that it's gonna be tough. I'm just having a little bit of hope that I would still get a point on my prediction, but more and more of these battles happening throughout the course of the map. Falcons managed to catch one. SI8 having Crypto to catch a member of Glue. So there is going to be that battle for the terrains up the hills where you see a lot of these teams are being barricaded from moving inbound. The top next one to fall off where GLU are holding strong to the high ground. Now pushes up ahead and just drives through Crypto. Just like that, 2 members being sent out from ASI8.
Road Rage coming from SKF27. Hit and run situation as well, and then follow through with bullets. That is such a brutal thing to do coming from a GLU. Now ASI is left with 2 players. That would be Ghost and Hazaki. And now we can see that Hazaki is doing a massive spray, challenging up SKF27 behind that tree. Still couldn't find a great opening spot, for ASI to actually assume points coming from GLU. But GLU trying to come up with an effective plan here of eliminating the rest of ASI8. I mean, these are elimination points they need to catapult themselves onto the top spot here.
Wow.
Now, nasty nade coming from SKF27. Again, can somebody match this freak?
I am not certain if anybody could even match that right now. But lo and behold, Ghost brings one down. Still has a little of health left, but that's not going to cut it up against the entire squad of Glue's squad. Whereas the rest of these members of KAGENDRA has already moved right in. Here it comes. XTF not really finding the marks just yet as Dabs goes in for that big wraparound to eventually surround all of the members of Glue's squad. But it's been a great presence being shown by Glue Squad. They bow out with 5 points at the very least, and KAGENDRA takes 5 for themselves.
Mm-hmm. 12 teams remaining, ladies and gents. Stage 4. Same position coming from Falcons Force right down there, smacked in the middle. Coming off the kill feed is, of course, BTR going up against MME this time. We've got Car24 on the ground. You know what? We've got 2 players from BTR currently on their knees. And with that nasty nade as well coming from MME, Mad Morons is just showing how mad they are inside the battlefield. 15 elimination points for stage 5. I think they're going for half of the lobby here.
Yeah, if they could secure more than 2/4 of the lobby, man, just give these guys a slot in the grand finals already. Like, who does this in Miramar? These number of kills, majority of them in stage 1, by the way. And now it's already 15 points. You give them enough room, enough space, they can farm even more. But, you know, even if they drop right now, who could blame them? You know, like, you've got 15 points already. Like, you could just chill for a little bit, and maybe the guy who gets the chicken dinner might not even come close to it. Well, I'll be close, but 15 elimination points? Nah, not gonna be happening. Meanwhile, Regans Gaming spots one member moving across these corners. And there's going to be a little bit of chip damage on the vehicles, but RSG, so far, very calm and composed. They are still trying to find their mark as they've already put 48 points so far. They could still give a good chase back into the top 10 if they're willing to put in an extra amount of effort into all these upcoming matches, including this one. Matt Morons, they've noticed that there is going to be a lurker coming from DRX, and Joker want to keep his eyes closed to So Easy, whichever one you want to call it. He's just over on the corner of Haystack. His legs are popping out. So Joker got to be absolutely ready for this. There's really no wiggle room left for the side of SOAS to actually play too much. So as he waits for his members, he goes in for that swing. 1-for-1 trade. Joker's only going to be on his knees, but here is another point for MME. Make it 17.
Oh my goodness. At this point, they're pretty unstoppable. You know, they're juggernauts, you know, for this round. Stage 5, 10 teams remaining. We can see the Casper coming from KAGENDRA cooking up the nade here. We'll try to flush them out from this warehouse. Zaraki is getting some damage, but of course, still not enough because the guy is still standing. You cannot just put him down like that or make it that easy. Falcons Force is, of course, joining to the mix as well. So we got a 3-way battle happening right now on your screen, ladies and gents. HAINA Esports making their way towards ASC. Venom currently on the ground, and so it's just Tricks that will try to defend the rest of the team, but Nosa needs to be careful because there's another team that would love to join in the game as well, and that would be Break of Team Secret. Venom already out of the game. My goodness me, that was just a fast exchange, but Hinson, man, trying to get Tricks in this situation. Tricks, okay, I don't think he's gonna be bailing this situation, but Hinson cooking up that nade. Will he get Tricks this time? Tricks very low in HP, and there goes the nade, there goes the shot, and HAINA Esports gets the job done.
Yeah, that guy's just sitting right there. So ASD has got so much on their table for them to actually get anything done. So that being said, there's a lot of all this space directly asserted that is going to be very difficult to play out, which is why you are looking at a lot of these teams playing up toward the outskirts, because that bowl over on the bottom, that's pretty much a clear view for anybody up top of all these high ground to be able to get that free picking. Meanwhile, I like the spacing that VENA has. As despite they're playing on the low ground side, it's not going to be an easy catch for majority of these teams, but take a look at enemy. They're still hunting out for more. KAGENDRA wants to chime in as well. They've been waiting for opportunities, but they cannot wait any longer because any more seconds that they actually be AFK, it's going to be MME that will actually secure even more onto their bag. IC tries to really hold the top side of the hill. Not really giving it away towards MME, but KAGENDRA, they're going to take this slow approach to see if they can slowly wither them down. And that being said, VE, the match will also spot out Nerzet. So this is not going to be an easy task for Falcons Force to stay put in that same position.
Man, MME definitely making a statement here. They are like the
Secrets.
Godzillas right now inside the game. Team Secret, Frankie, currently on the ground here in MME. Man, they already have a total of 7 elimination points. Cousins already on the before he did, he was able to bag 5 elimination points. Now, VENA Esports also losing some members here coming from the kill feed. Same thing goes for the REGANS. Bay on the ground. Extreme again with a massive spray, but this time it did not connect. Oh, but he was the one who got into the face. Coming from Break of Team Secret now. So, Rocky, what are you going to do in this situation? Because your teams, some of them are already on the ground. East Team Fact is trying to join into the mix, but unfortunately, he wasn't successful. And there you go. Break just ended it for Extreme of MIRAMAR Esports.
Absolute bloodbath and chaos over the course of the hills. MORONS somehow still survives with only 2 members left. So Rocky, the hero of MME, still survives, and now he claims the top spot. Team Secret, who came in with all 4 members, are only left with 1, and right now none, as HAINA Esports strikes them from downtown. And now down to IC, the lone target. Now, being marked by Zaraki's nade, this guy has been hitting every single shot, every single nade, and he will leave none standing. Take a look at this record-breaking achievement from MME right now. The biggest kill points in Miramar, or maybe in the tournament, in a single match, 20, and it's not done just yet. We still have 7 more teams left on the table. What more can MME do?
Oh my goodness. I feel okay. I'm trying to remember if I've already seen this kind of number in terms of elimination points coming from KAGENDRA, and I think I did. You know, at least 23 or 24, if I'm not mistaken, coming from RRQ. So yeah, let's see. But by far, this is the biggest number. That I mean, inside KAGENDRA in season 6, and I feel like. MORONS right now, they did kind of have a slow sort of games yesterday, so I think they're trying to make up for the points here, and pretty much I think this is already a testament that they are coming after one of the top 3 spots here for the overall rankings. That is for sure. We did say that yesterday it was again dominated by Nepal, and I think it is still going to be the same for third day. Could it be possible though for MME to rep up the flag of Nepal and actually take down TALON Esports from the top spot?
The upcoming SA region season will be super interesting with the involvement of MME. Right now, with VENA Esports trying to hold down the line, they do have certain access to get into the zone, but they need to take notice of that KAGENDRA member as well as DRS, who's been taking over the control. And X is actually taking a very interesting position on that lower end of the heel side. He could just look around, try to find ways to strike down some of all these VE members if they do not notice RSG. They're not really in a good spot. They try to force their way in. So Rocky finds another target. Is that going to be 21? I guess not just yet. Delta now trying to flush right through the smokes. Trying to find a target, but he's still left standing out into that quarter. But eventually RSG, our effort, but they will be eliminated. And DRS, they still have to push through up against this split unit of VE.
Yep, lots of pressure right now coming from DRS. I mean, they're trying so hard to actually get inside the circle here, but Vagabond, Saudi doing an amazing job trying to keep them from entering the safe zone. And I think they're getting a little help, you know, unsolicited help coming from VENA boys. And now you can see that Boyd continues to do a lot of nades coming from DRS, and now 2 of them already on the ground. And this is the cue, of course, coming from Vagabond to kind of just swoop in and get the job done. And here come MORONS once again, ladies and gentlemen, with 22 amazing points. Zaraki bagging 10 of them. These guys are on fire.
Boy, T, that was a triple knot with that grenade. Fantastic stuff. They understood that they're rushing through. They're all funneled into that position, and that nade was just popped into the golden angle. Right now, Vagabonds, they would have a very strong position to play from. And the only way to actually move out of that position is to eventually take on some of these members of MME. But MME, they've got it all the intel. Now it's 22 elimination points. I think they could actually get a whole lot more. Can they get the chicken dinner here is the big question. They still have 3 members left standing in the way. It's going to be Slayer that gets knocked down from the side of HAINA Esports. While Boy T still on the strike. He's already secured those 4 points. 1 spot for his own. Rest of Vagabond slowly closes in as they know that there's not going to be much of all these spots for the rest of HNE to claim. And now also see Zaraki on the opposite side of the hill.
Yeah, Slayer can no longer escape this imminent death. His vehicle already exploded, very low in HP, so his time is already ticking. But as for Casper, again, coming from KAGENDRA, I think he's already been shot at, and that's the confirmation that we have been waiting. Slayer already out of the game here, which brings us down to our final 5 teams remaining. Vagabond Saudi with a high ground advantage up against the remaining teams here. We can see that Zaraki, I think he's going to be the MVP for this match for bagging 10 elimination points for himself. Now, I think he was able to spot Pekka coming from HNE here. Now, Pekka's getting damaged as well. There goes another spray coming from Zaraki. Boydie, I think he's going to get Boydie this time under his name.
We'll shall see about that. There's just so many of all these teams right now being in the midst of the battle. And look at the members of that fun slowly being chipped away. Now down to H2T, but he's not going to stand for long. It's going to be Zaraki again, baby. 11th corner. I think he's looking for that 12 as Num Num. He's just hiding by that corner of that rock. And honestly, not much that can be done from that position. That will be secured by Barrow. So now there's only another full squad standing in the way, and that is going to be VENA. And they're on that low ground. This is not going to be an easy task at hand. But currently, they're trying to move into positions where they are trying to zone away Matt Morons from getting into the zone. The zone's already closing right through. Doban holds it down, but Zaraki eventually falls. It's 23 points on the top 3 position. More than good enough for the top spot in this match, but now it's between KAGENDRA and VENA, where VENA Esports will look to secure their chicken dinner.
Man, what an amazing gameplay coming from MME, not gonna lie there. I mean, it's hard to actually, like, congratulate the winner for this round. The fact that, you know, the team actually scored, wow. Why is her picture really big? I didn't see this, you know, yesterday, but okay. VENA Esports was able to secure the winner chicken dinner, but of course we cannot really disregard the fact, you know, the gameplay coming from MME. Man, that was such a huge statement, you know, coming from the team securing a total of 23 elimination points plus placement points, of course. But VENA Esports, man, I'm not sure if who exactly we are trying to I don't know, get to know. Are the boys, or is the girl the IGL? Okay, so this is Thoba. Okay, this is probably the first time that I've seen this name, but okay, there's a lady playing for VENA Esports.
Yeah, to answer your question, why is her picture so big? This is Clash of Giants, so I guess this is the titan of the team, who was bound to also score hefty chunk of damage throughout the course of the run, securing the chicken dinner by the end of it all. Very smart plays coming from the side of VENA Esports. You saw how difficult these positions can get, especially when they were playing alongside that crater. Initially, when I first saw that they are playing on that lower ground side, and I thought, hey, it looked like a bad position from that map view, but when you actually look back into the player's view, it's actually a lot more doable than what a lot of all these other teams have thought, which is why many of the teams were surrounding the cliffs of the crater instead. But that eventually led to that demise because that was not part of that zone coverage. So VENA played it super smart, but of course, that does not actually take away the limelight of a team that's achieved a crazy record right here, and that name is MME.
Oh, definitely. I mean, for VENA Esports, just like what you said, I think they've played this one very smart. The fact that they are evenly spread out, you know, from across the circle, I think that was such a huge advantage compared to the other teams remaining, because they're left with one player, right? MME just decided, like, okay, we're just gonna deny the point here. I mean, I have nowhere else to go, to be exact. But he could have just done, you know, like a massive spray from down below. After all, he was the one occupying that elevated space anyway. But I think he was thinking maybe, okay, there's still another player that's right up behind him that could actually follow through and support that attack. But yeah,
look at this
just like what we predicted, right? Zaraki getting the MVP title with 11 elimination points.
It's just absurd. Like, 11 points are usually what winning teams would secure as a squad. This guy does it all by himself. Like, if this is a one-man squad, I'm telling you, this like 1,600 damage is almost unheard of in many of all these competitive circuits nowadays. But you take a look at Cuz. Yes, he's done a whole lot as well with those 5 points being back, but the damage numbers are looking to be pretty much double or slightly more than that, and just all these members of MME were on fire today.
OP gameplay. That's all I could say coming from MORONS Esports. You know, they're living up to their name as mad. If they go mad inside a battlefield, I think this is quite a number that they're definitely going to be making once again if they continue on with this kind of energy. I'm telling you. I mean, we're left with 4 more matches, and it's going to be an outstanding gameplay coming from MME if they can continue on racking points just like this one. 28 in total for match number 14 in Miramar, followed by VENA Esports with 15, KAGENDRA with 12, and another 12 coming from Vagabond Saudi of Vietnam. So 4 teams that actually ended the game with a double-digit score. But as for the likes of BIGETRON Knights, ASI Esports, 628 of China, TALON Esports, which is currently dominating the top spot, as well as Vampire Esports, left the game empty-handed.
Yeah, I guess that TALON Esports will still be pretty unhinged about this result here inside of Miramar, because they've been holding on to that #1 spot and continuously does so. Like, it doesn't really hurt them until DRS as well as HNE actually puts a big chicken dinner on the board. That's where TALON needs to start worrying, and we still have about a couple more games to go before we even get towards that point. So TALON Esports, they still feel rather confident, but with that surge of 28 points, take a look at where MME is placed right now, moving into the top 5, and are going to be challenging that 12th spot from Team Secret as well.
Man, interesting plays, I'm telling you. MME, I feel like they're also a team on a mission here, contra the fact that they were able to move up 6 ranks, you know, from the first page. Just a few more action coming from MME, 4 more games that they need to play, and you know, the dream is not impossible. I mean, there's a chance for them to actually really climb up on top here. You did mention the fact that if you can always end the games with massive points, then it is not impossible at all for MME to take over, you know, the top 3. But as for the second page, BTR, Harame Bros, RSG, ASI getting pushed further down the ranks here. KAGENDRA and VENA, I think they're doing pretty great. I mean, slowly but surely. Again, I mean, at this point, I feel like the goal for those teams that are part on the of the second page and also at the bottom is to be included in the survival stage, which is of course from top 4 to 12.
Yeah, and you know, like, it's concerning for the teams who are at the bottom 6, but you know, it's going to be very tight games to take who gets through. That being said, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we deliver you more epic PUBG Mobile action. Welcome back. We're already at match 15, and of course, it all ends at 18, meaning to say we still got quite a number of games to go before we see who will make the top cut into the survival stage. Only the 12 teams will be able to make it through. Well, if you were actually looking into the standings early on, right now, Harame Bros is in that danger zone. Only 1 point of difference, I believe, right above them to be Kagendra or so. I got to fact check for a little bit, but, it has been a very tough tournament so far. And other than Harame Bros, I believe there are also other teams that are, around that radar, which can still make that cut, because what's really separating them from that border is just a couple points away. Meaning to say, the grind is on. Whereas MME make it even tougher for them last game, because they just blew up one turn of the lobby. It's just like that. One turn. You can even say half if you want to just round it up, but that was a spectacle, and that was history in the making for a team that has so much potential here in 2025. And I guess this is the part what we dread, where we gotta pick one, right? I want to say MME, but have they expended too much energy from that last round? What do you think, Great Queen? What are you going for?
I mean, I feel like they really have a mission to secure a spot within the top 3. I mean, if they fall on survival stage, I guess that's just like a bonus for them. But everyone is, again, coming out guns blazing here. But since that we are already almost halfway through the competition, halfway through wrapping things up for Group B, I feel like I'm gonna be focusing more on the teams that are already there, first page, because at times like this, resurgence is quite impossible now for those teams, especially at the bottom. So when it comes to prediction, yes, MME did exert a lot of effort, a lot of energy, and a lot of work to secure all of those points, and now they're reaping the rewards. But as for prediction, okay, it's hard to choose.
I understand. It's always going to be the case.
I feel like Talon's gonna explode this time, because the fact that MME is trying to catch up, and DRX is already performing. And the real soldiers almost caught a winner chicken dinner just a while ago. I mean, there is a need for Talon Esports to put on a work in defending that top spot.
Yeah, I would say the same myself. I was thinking about Talon Esports, a couple of games ago. They've still remained to be somewhat consistent, you might say. Last round, they just got blown up by the hottest team of Miramar, so I could not fault them for that. But right now, I've been taking a look at the consistency that we've seen from Team Secret. I think Brick has been phenomenal so far. I think it's just about a matter of time before Team Secret eventually lands a big fat chicken dinner. It could be now, so therefore I'm locking my vote for Team Secret.
Team Secret is actually doing great. Now, I'm just paying attention to you guys down there in the comment section have been mentioning that Rig is actually playing. So, okay, I know most of the teams and the players here are using some pseudo names for their team, but who is Rig exactly? Is he part of MME? Is he part of what team inside the game? Let me know. But it doesn't change the fact that, again, Nepal coming up on top.
That's right. No matter what happens here, we will expect them to also deliver big results moving into the survival stage, where we'll mix up all these other groups together alongside with whoever makes it out of Group B. And Group A, we saw those stacked rosters out there. There's definitely a big names like Team Pandem, where teams will really have to look out for it as well. So it is really tough to see who actually gets that perfect top cut for the grand finals, because there's just so many of our favorite teams out there. I hope it's some of the names coming in from Nepal, especially now. All of us, I could safely say, has been wowed by MME. I think they deserve a grand final spot. To be honest, fans, you guys know what to do. If say something bad happens, you go ahead, vote for them. There's always that one spot for fan favorites out there.
Oh well, here we go again. Coming back into Miramar. This is not the final Miramar that we're going to have for this evening. Of course, we're going to cap things off in this desert for our final game tonight. Now we still got 15 more seconds to go before we begin the game. And again, good luck to everyone. I mean, top 3 teams advancing to grand finals is a little like tied, especially that we do have 18 teams inside the lobby, and everyone deserves a spot here in the Clash of Giants. There is a reason why they got invited to participate in the highly anticipated tournament, in the community off-season tournament coming from Ruthless Esports. Here we go.
And now, once more, we move into Miramar yet again. Are we going to see the same explosiveness coming in from enemy who have just made history here for 2025 with that insane amount of points that they've acquired? 28 in a single round, putting them into a top 5 position, and now challenging that top 4 spot up against Team Secret, which I guess that's where I was trying to point the narrative to, where Team Secret have also been able to put in very good numbers throughout these course of these rounds, but at their pace, can they actually keep up? Because there's still plenty of points before they make it into the top 3. All they really need to do is try to have that consistency to maintain that firm number up against MME right now. Now, when we take a look at the fight path instead, it's going to be fairly even for everybody to move into all the spots in the map that they want to. And maybe it's a little far stretch for Chris, but who goes there anyways? Well, I could be wrong, but I'm liking what I'm seeing. It's a little bit more of a widespread for everybody out there, but we'll still see blood splatters all across the arena this time. Direct challenge moving right in. FT tries to take on DRX, but they are in shambles.
628. Okay, this is not their usual drop spot if you're going to ask me, but DRX, yes, doing like a top-notch performance for this round, securing 3 elimination points right off the bat. Vampire Esports, they're not joining to the mix just yet, but yeah, that is of course the end of the line for 628, since Schweppes was able to get that point under his belt. But this is the current situation now. I don't see Arame Bros just yet, but yeah, we'll definitely see them in just a while, because this is their favorite drop spot when it comes to Miramar. DRX surviving the clash, getting elimination points, and they are still a full squad, always an advantage. And now they're going up against Vampire Esports, but VPE is still a little busy getting some resources. And if I read the kill feed correctly, I think one player from MME gotten dropped somewhere in Miramar. Still not getting the confirmation whether or not he is out of the game. Okay, that would be extreme, ladies and gents.
Well, I think he's going to be A-okay, because it's just running right through. Well, I guess I take that back. This time it's going to be Jappy taking him down. So it's going to be tough, because when we take a look at the rest of the members of MME, they don't really have full loots just yet. Just trying to scavenge out of all these small little huts that they can actually find, or any form of terrain possible. Nathan now starts with the M249. And, back towards what really went down inside Picado as well, I just felt like SD has got no business doing there. And you just saw, like, that last guy, poor thing. He can't even get the reload done after he picked up a gun. And Vampire says, no, get out of here. It's between me and DRX.
See, this is what I love about you guys. If I ask a question, all of you are really trying hard to give me an answer. Okay, so I'm going to give it to you, Contra. It seems to, coming from the chat, it seems like... okay, it's an ex-player coming from Harame Bros, Rig, and now he is playing for MORONS Esports. Understandably so. I mean, it makes sense, because Rig is actually Nepali, if I'm not mistaken. And if I remember it correctly,
that too.
He played for
T2K.
Really? T2K?
If I can remember it correctly?
Yeah, T2K. So, yeah, MME is also... Oh, no, that was HAINA Esports. But yeah, now playing for MME. So I guess this guy truly is doing great here. But is it true?
So let me guess. And that's a Rocky guy. Is he supposed to be Rig?
I'm not sure, because,
I'm not sure. Everyone's name is so wonky here. I don't know how they come up with it from time to time, but either they try to conceal it, or they're just using their sub accounts to play for the meantime before they go back into their usual tournament accounts. But inside Los Leones, a sight that we don't see every day, that big battle erupts. And it's going to be, once again, Team Secret, a team I voted for, one member being knocked down. Just trying to loot up across those scaffoldings and immediately getting caught out. And that is going to be Frankie. He could not really move a muscle from his position because Hang is just holding him down. Is there going to be any form of rescue? Because Team Secret, they're thinking about it. I guess like gut feeling is telling them not to get all the way out there because he's kind of out of position.
Yeah, and I think it wouldn't be easy for them to pick up their teammate just because of the fact that, one player is just really using him as bait here. Could be too risky, but then again, still not impossible at all. Maybe they could find a way on how to pick up Frankie in this situation. But for Team Secret, GK, okay, I believe they're trying to get close. For now, it is a standoff coming from both of the teams here. They still don't have all the information as to where their opponents is exactly located.
Wow.
And at this point, you don't want to make any rush decisions, right? You don't want to be reckless. Everything should be smooth, mistakes, no place in here. So they've got to execute this one smoothly. But for the circle, just look at the amount of teams that we still have outside. Will be coming from the north. I think there's a fight definitely going to be brewing in there, but an exchange just happened between a Bay and a Team Secret, and now GK is currently on the ground, and Bay did not even waste any time, like did not even hesitate. I'm gonna get that point.
Yeah, this long-range fight erupting, or should I say mid-range fight, overall has resulted in RSG still actually taking the lead by catching out GK from that side. Meanwhile, I'm not too sure how would Team Secret continue on with this effort. It all started with that first knock over onto Frankie. And, logically, like in those kind of positions, you don't really want to risk it to go in for safe, especially when you're dealing with a PL team who are at most points very well coordinated on how they actually strike. And if you give enough space, time, as well as all these angles for a team like RSG to work things around, that is the kind of result that you would be expecting, that you can't really go in for that save.
Oh yeah, that could be the case. But ASI right
Crypto
now
looked in.
a very good position over here. I mean, pretty much it's a great vantage point. They can see everything that's been happening from down below. They could pretty much see as well where REGANS will be coming from. Same thing goes for Team Secret. That is why there is I mean, it's very important for them not to really overextend their stay outside, or not even expose themselves or overextend their peak at some point. And Crypto, of course, obviously looking to pop some heads here with a Scarlight. And RSG won't be making that mistake of actually putting their heads outside.
Yeah, and also since there's going to be a standstill, let's also have a little bit of that narrative to be drawn towards the fight for the top 12 as well. Sure, there's going to be some shots here and there, but right now, if you take a look at those points, KAGENDRA beat all the way to the side of BTR. BTR is looking rather safe right now, but KAGENDRA 58, 1 point below Harami Bros, and another point below the winners of that last match, VENA, who now sees the light of day to actually make it into the top 12 cut. So hopefully things will come into fruition. But this, a couple of rotations coming in a little late might actually hinder certain names like VE, or even the likes of HAINA Esports, who will eventually come into the map with barely enough intel, whereas all these teams have already loitered around the outskirts of Los Leones.
Yeah, I feel like everyone's definitely going to be staying around Los Leones. I mean, you don't want to go down Puerto Paraíso because everyone will be taking advantage of you. I mean, all they need to do is just make it rain bullets, and it's not going to be good news, for the rest of the team here. But BIGETRON Knights having an exchange up against DRS outside of the zone, just near Minas Generales, ladies and gents. So I believe one of them will definitely not make the other team get into the safe zone. After all, that's the nature of the competition. But as for the teams that will be coming up from north, we've got Achul and the rest of KAGENDRA boys. right behind Falcons, who have already reached the edge of the circle here. But just imagine the amount of teams we already have there in the middle. Pretty close with one another because we don't really have that much space to begin with for this team. So yeah, we'll probably see a lot of exchange happen, or trade-offs, back and forth, tug of war at stage 3.
Fair enough. So far, ASIA, they've been man-marking every team that have actually stepped into Los Leones, but they've spotted out Team Secret since the get-go, and they're not even being allowed to trespass to it and go to, say, Break, so Break will just be left out to dry. ASIA secures that 1 point. That's just about good enough, especially when you're playing in such a vast field. And being on top of the scaffolding, as much as you do see a lot of all these players moving all around, it is always going to be a little hard to hit from a distance. And on top of all these buildings and terrains, it's never really easy to do. But for what it's worth, ASIA off to a really strong start.
Vagabonds also making their way in, but they will have to say hi, to Kagendra before they can even get inside the safe zone. So let's just wait if they can be successful in penetrating that circle coming from the north side of Los Leones. Back siege, boys! Okay, just went for the spray, but he couldn't back it up. I mean, understandably so. I mean, ASI 8 walking, running with 2 players, hunting him down, so there's a need for him to back away from the situation. Live to fight another day. But as for Ghost and the rest of ASI 8, I think they're looking to engage, with some of the players of VENA as well.
Yeah, I believe that if he was to hold it for only a second or 2 longer, he might just actually get the drop over onto these members of ASI8, but instead, they allowed that space to be taken away, and ASI8, you give them an inch, they take them out. They will drop 2. They will now hunt them all out. Then they're definitely hungry to eventually look out for Baxi, who initially aimed to strike first, and now might have actually regretted the decision. There's still To Bang, who's on the far flank side, but it's going to be pretty much difficult for her to actually contribute much into any form of fight from this angle. And she's the one that gets taken down first, so it's only down to Baxi, who tries to hold down the line. So right now, Sino struggle continues for the side of VENA, despite winning that chicken dinner on that past matchup. They needed those points to chase up against Harame Bros and KAGENDRA, but it looks very highly unlikely in this round.
Yeah, ASI was able to flip the script up against VENA Esports. I mean, VENA just a while ago were holding on to this spot, but such an aggressive gameplay coming from ASI 8. I mean, there's a need for them to exert a lot of effort for now. I mean, if they really would want to play in the survival stage currently, they are placing at 16. So I don't want to say it's a long way up. I mean, but if they exert just the right amount of force, perhaps they can still make it. But I cannot say the same for Tops though, as he got shut down by another team someplace else. Not sure if it was coming from ASI 8, but Falcons, they're holding on to a compound as well, and I don't think ASI 8 will be leaving this spot soon.
Yeah, they're just going to be taking any form of all these high grounds to be able to get that full info on all the teams who are moving in and out of Los Leones. They've yet to spot out Baxi, and Baxi was forced to actually make something happen right now, but gets quickly taken down. 1 member left for the side of VENA, unfortunately unable to stop the forces of ASI8 as we continue. They've actually also spot out the rest of Falcon's force inside of that shack, but that is not the place that the rest of ASI can push through. They will still continue to hold the fortress up the hillside, whereas this time it's going to be Hishania going up against Harame Bros.
Oof. Oh, man. All right, here we go. The trades that we have been waiting for. We've got Talon Esports versus ASG. Axel on the screw, the DBS coming from the kill fit. It's Tricks currently on the ground. This time coming from GLU. So there's a lot of teams actually surround this particular spot, but Axel couldn't find his way to get inside. Probably waiting for his IGL to give him this command. But Harame Bros somewhere around Miramar as well, going up against HAINA Esports. Harame Bros is actually getting picked up 1 by 1 as well. But look at what Linux is doing. Currently, okay, previously the MVP trying to flush out the opposition, but Burnhand, I think, took the nade by coming from Venom. And again, it's a back and forth trade. Can't still say which team is actually winning at this point.
Right now, Talon Esports tries to defend this compound through the mic. There's the M249 that they could basically utilize. Linux now getting chunked a little bit by all the death blades being thrown right inside. But Misery managed to shred them out as each one of them just holds down the M249 and defend it well.
All right, Axel jumping up and down, trying to hunt, of course, last remaining player, perhaps coming from AST. That would be Zario. Should be by now. He has all the confidence he needs to try and go up against this last remaining player. Now, Zario getting naded. But yeah, that was it. That was the end of the line for Zayu here of AST. But it was such a shame, the fact that they did exit the game again empty-handed. It could be hard for AST to climb the ranks up or even maintain their position. As for Vampire Esports, Yahoo again got sidetracked. BTR versus VENA, or Vagabonds rather, is having an exchange as well. There's a lot of altercations. There's a lot of conflicts happening at the same time. Cannot even keep up with the pace, to be honest.
Yeah, right now there's just so much going on. That beautiful nade actually connects towards the side of Newsy. Newsy will be in deep trouble right now. No salvation for him. Whereas the rest of Vampire Esports over onto the ledge. And this is not going to be an easy push. You can see the struggles as they are slowly sliding down. No vehicles at hand. Nades are being tossed towards that direction at the very same time. This defense up against the rest of HND has got to be perfect, or else they will all crumble down. Space has now been given true. VENA Esports wants to at least shoot them down from a long-range angle and just slowly gatekeep them as they are closer towards the blue than they actually think. Not much time for them as they are deeply committed to this battle. And Natsu now goes in for a push. He's going into close proximities. He's going to find it. He gets the angle, but he turns his back. He does not get to actually answer true. Slayer goes down. Same goes to another member, Norzu, and the rest is history. VPE, they win out that trade, but at what cost?
As long as they've been getting numbers, but you know what? Zaraki, our MVP just a while ago, now out of the game here, courtesy of Vampire Esports. 5 elimination points for the boys, and Shrevs might be bagging most of this this score, but there's a need for him to get picked up. Now, Cuz, what are you going to do in this situation? Joker is headed towards the direction where Shrevs is actually getting picked up at this point, but RSG looking to play this game with a VPE as well, but oh man, what a shot coming from MME. Now they're beginning to send a shiver down my spine, to be honest. MORONS Esports really an unstoppable force here for Clash of Giants Season 6.
Yeah, as much as they took down Zaraki, like, you saw how quickly they just respond to that aggression being shown by the side of Vampire Esports, and quickly weakens them down. Talon Esports have seen that one coming from the side of DRS right now, trying to go in for the advancement of mass to suppress that member from the side of DRS, putting XMPL all the way back as he needs to heal up. And I'm not too sure if Delta has got anything offered, but they have not spotted him out just yet. Now he tries to strike down. He does find Linux, but is that going to be enough? 2 versus 1 push, and there we go. It's gonna be a little bit of shred, almost taking out Misery, but Talon stays afloat.
Man, 5 elimination points. I think they're doing okay. Talons right now, oh man, is on a roll. I believe they, of course, have the determination to keep their top spot. Of course, it's bragging rights. It's not just about the moolah, right? I mean, if you finish at the top of this game from Group B, then you can already bang your chest and kind of flex your muscle right there. MME, 2 casualties, Zaraki Extreme both out of the game here. We still got Joker and Cuz at the moment. So let's see if they these 2 players can be the dynamic duo for MORONS Esports as they go and challenge the boys coming from DRX. As you can see on the screen, Cuz is trying to get close, you know, trying to spot the best angle that could work best for him. As for REGANS Gaming, I don't see them leaving this compound. I mean, there's a chance for them to gatekeep keep, MME and make it hard for them to get inside the circle. But perhaps MME found a new way, found a new entry point. But I'm pretty sure if they continue on headed towards that direction, they will say hi to DRX.
Yeah, no matter how they try to twist and turn, they will still bump into each other. And DRX right now suffering a blow onto QXZ, but they can still going for that quick res. This is across the street. MME tries to see if they can still do a little bit more damage because they are just trying to hold the rest of DRX away from that zone. They do have vehicles to utilize though, so they will quickly retreat and recuperate, look for an alternative angle for them to play out that late game. So right now, DRX, still doing massive duty right here, securing 8 points already. We haven't always gotten the camera onto them all too much in this matchup, but hey, they've been making things work so far for themselves, still having that full squad strength intact, and now challenging for a potential chicken dinner. Well, BTR, they finally get themselves a little bit more of that reprieve, but there is going to be a push towards their angle right now. Falcons also getting shot at, whereas somehow VENA Esports tries to squeeze some points back, having that Lone Ranger up the hills for the longest of time. But that isn't going to be all too much helpful. The rest of Vagabonds now tries to push through, but BTR, they are ready to strike.
For the side of MME, I mean, they didn't really have that much of a choice. They were lacking in firepower, so yeah, it was a pretty tough challenge for them to actually get inside the circle, considering that there are at least 2 teams that are looking at their direction. Now, from the kill feed, it's BTR getting some points under their belt. Falcon East is currently knocked down on the ground by QX Triple Z here, so we can finally see that DRX boys finally decided to bring their A game rather, and right now he is coming after the remaining guys of Falcons, throwing a lot of nades, disorienting them, and probably weakening their defense before they strike.
Things are looking to be pretty dire for the side of the RX. You can see that they've been pinched no matter where they actually turn. Right now, they have to force a fight up against either BTR, Falcons, or even RSG. So no easy way for them to actually get things done, but they will try to at least create that passage by knocking down East. That's only 1 out of the 3 members of Falcons Force at the very moment. And Falcon Force, I guess the only why DRX sees this as an opportunity is because there are angles which Falcons Force cannot actually cover. That's why they're sending Hyunbin into this direction. They're waiting for the rest of DRX to rally towards this angle because it's much closer to the zone as well. And then eventually they could just get right through and perhaps force that fight that they've been craving for.
Stage 6, and we are left dealing with 6 teams remaining as well. ASI 8 with a very good vantage point up against KAGENDRA. KAGENDRA might be impossible for them to get inside considering their position, but let's see if they can pull off another trick in the sleeves. Now, Team Falcons, I see right now going head-to-head up against BTR. We can see that Ken and the rest of the gang here is trying to flush them out with a lot of mollies being thrown. I see trying to respond with his own, but Ken cooking up that nade. Nerdson is in another building here, and he was the one who got knocked down because he took a nade to the face. Now Ken going in for the second grenade elimination for this evening. Now Tom's also on the ground. Not looking too good for the side of Falcons. They may not be able to soar this time and spread their wings, but Icy still trying to make it happen with the S12K, but BTR doing extremely well of shutting everyone down. 7 elimination points, and they're still going at it.
BTR on fire once again. Still 2 members to settle. Make that one as Falcons. What more can they do? It's all down to East. They got him all cornered up. BTR Knights is here in the top 5.
That was such a great exchange coming from both amazing teams here. But at the end of the clash, of course, it was BTR emerging victorious. 5 teams remaining, ladies and gents. We can probably hear the ominous music from the background. REGANS Gaming now doing a massive spray up against GRX, but could not find his target just yet. Hyunbin is, of course, taking advantage of those slopes that we can see, from the dunes of Miramar. QX Triple Z on prone, trying to have a steady spray up against BTR, but BTR not leaving that house just yet, so there is still cover. There's not much pressure at the moment, considering the fact that all the teams are inside the circle, so they are safe for now, but I don't know for how long, because actual Maka coming from KAGENDRA might be so near his demise.
Yeah, at this POV that we're looking at the side of the RX, I was thinking, like, why did they not charge in when they were having a fight between Falcons as well as BTR? And now it starts to make a whole lot of sense because they got the battle angles coming through the hillside. Meanwhile, massive hail of nades being tossed over the side of over onto the bottom's end, and the rest of KAGENDRA pretty much stuck in the pit. And speaking of which, it's gonna be Crypto that lands the blow over onto the member of KAGENDRA. Now they need to quickly go on that resuscitation, and the rest of ASI8, they're swarming through like a moth through the flames, and that nade almost taking another member out. Here comes the push, and it's gonna be Hasaki that finds it.
Oh man, I mean, KAGENDRA's definitely not in great shape. You know, KAGENDRA exiting the game empty-handed once again. RSG, DRX, ASI8, BTR, final 4 teams remaining. Everyone still has, not everyone, okay, so ASI8 still has a complete squad, while RSG and the rest of the teams remaining only has 3 members playing for them. Now, 9 elimination points, that is the number we're looking at for DRX, and now Soez is doing an angry spray up against Villain right here, but Hyunbin, man, that was something that definitely did not expect, because currently now on the ground could be maybe take a little time for a pickup here, but BT are finding it hard to leave that compound. Can they make it out alive? Because QXZZZ has his M4 focused on them, aimed at them even, and let's see if he can make that vehicle explode.
Yeah, world champs now at work. We're trying to actually suppress the rest of BTR, former world champs as well. While there is going to be beautiful angles coming from across the hillside where DRX have been clipped up. So SIA, they have been waiting for a very long time, and they've played the high ground game super well throughout the course of this Miramar run. We saw how they've been taking fights inside Los Leones, and up till this very moment, none of the teams have been able to challenge that, and I guess I spoke too soon. It's going to be a little bit of back and forth trade between them as well as RSG, and he's going to be able to find one. Meanwhile, it's going to be a big eruption where we have pretty much a close-in angle as I8 secures all the takedown necessary in order to make this an even fight. But I say that DRX, 2 members are being knocked down. Once they do get the revives, though, it could be potentially a 4 versus 3.
And DRX has the potential to score a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. After all, they still have 3 members with them, but then again, ASI8, they do have that elevation working out for them. QXZZZ is still outside of the zone, and while there is time, you know, the Blue Reaper is not yet there just yet. Hyunbin is coming to the rescue, picking up his teammate. They need all the firepower to make sure that they can actually survive this one at the top. Crypto now outside of the zone, trying to stay behind and monitoring the situation from a distance. That we can see that Soas from down below is cooking up that nade. Maybe he can shut down at least one player coming from ASI. I don't think so, but you know what? For DRX, they are popping up the smoke here. QXZZZ now alive and kicking, might be sending a nade himself up against ASI8.
Yeah, really smart plays on how they actually maneuver some of all these situations to get those revives through. Same can be said about ASI8 with a slight advantage in terms of numbers, but you're going up against DRX. You could be 4 against 1, and they could still turn the tides around, which is why they gained so much of that respect. You don't want to actually end up the same way as DRS back in the very first game, where it could have actually been their chicken dinner, but they just got overwhelmed by QXZ. And I guess like this will not be the same scenario. We look at the way that ASI8 has been playing. I said too soon. They have actually turned their tides, and they responded in time. Soas tries to hold it all down. They know that there is a vehicle parked over in the corner, and that's going to be a Tom. That's going to be pushing through. Just using that buggy for a slight cover while they manage to get the revive through. DRX right now tries to hustle their way right across. So it's going to be a 1v1 and quickly turns into 2 versus 2. Another nade follows through. This could be the angle for ESIA as the rest of the X couple fallen through. And lo and behold, Nepal has dominated, or should I say, South Asia has dominated.
Wow, again, what an exchange. It was pretty intense coming from both of the teams here. Not a single one of them would want to give way. You know, again, everyone's on a mission here to take the top spot, but perhaps they could be part of the Magic 12, so to speak. Well, no Magic 12, you know, being part of the survival stage. But look at those smiles coming from Crypto's gang. Finally getting their first winner chicken dinner for match number 15. Oh my goodness, this is already the third game. We still got 3 more. I'm already excited which of these 18 amazing teams, or like half of the page maybe, will be at the top 3 spot, getting the golden ticket to advance to the grand finals. But just let's take a slow review here of how many points individual players was able to put up on the board. Prita, if I said that right, Pritami was the one I think bagged all of the elimination points almost. Crypto Ghost Saki was able to put 3, but then again, at the end of the day, it will always be team effort. It's the teamwork that makes the dream work.
That's right. First and foremost, I apologize. I blurted out Nepal, but ASI is originally from Pakistan. So forgive me, fans. I probably have, you know, have some certain mistakes in between, but these players, they make no mistakes. You saw those clean nades, those connections. They try to brute force their way, and they try to force DRX to make advancement happen so they punish and respond in kind. The moment that beautiful nade, I believe it's either from Pritam or Crypto that has connected. I could be wrong because so much was happening in that very moment. Once that nade landed, they know that they got this one in the bag. This was perfect execution. Classic ASI when it comes down to how they played so well inside those Miramar runs, and we just love to see it. There's still another round of Miramar to go, so ASI fans, I'm pretty sure that you want to look forward to the final match because they could potentially be one of the top contenders to take some big chunk of prize.
I think it's essential to really carry a lot of throwables inside your backup up until the last few zones in the game. It worked out pretty well on the side of the ASI 8, man. DRX was able to pick up QXZZZ, you know, at some point, and I thought, you know, they were gonna retaliate, but then again, ASI also holding the high ground advantage up against DRX. So yeah, I mean, they have all the cards playing out for them, and they just capitalize on that. I mean, if you got, again, the opportunity to seize that moment, and that's exactly what you needed to do. But as for me, as I'm casting, I'm watching it. It got pretty intense, you know, palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. But yeah, DRX QXZZZ, MVP of the match, 5 elimination points, 1,473 damage output. I mean, this guy was able to drop a lot of them players inside the battlefield. Unfortunately, some of them weren't enough to be transformed into an elimination point, but then again, damage output is outstanding.
It definitely is. This time, Pritam has been the shining beacon of hope for ASI 8. It all started with that battle from Team Secret inside of that area of Los Leones, and then they took over kills. They found some of the members of VENA, and slowly pick up more and more of all these pieces along the way. But the firm contender here, DRX, you see 2 of their members, QXZ as well as Hyunbin, to still remain very consistent. They made a lot of smart plays. They saw that fight that was happening between Falcons as well as BTR. At first, like, they could think like, hey, we can just rush in as a third party, but they say, you know, let them fight, because that position was not a great position to actually hold out, and they just choked out BTR just like that. It's all about the big brain moves coming from the side of DRX that has put them into this top 2 spot.
Yeah, again, it's not just all about the gunfights, it's also outmaneuvering your enemies inside the battlefield. Now, there you go, ladies and gents. I think, you know, it's safe to say that if Philippines have their sole representative, which is, of course, Harame Bros, we've got the sole representative coming from Pakistan. at least for Group B. We've got ASIA dominating the battlefield, repping up Pakistan and waving their flag with a total of 25 points, followed by DRX coming in at second place with 18, and BIGETRON 9's performing really, really well, and TALON Esports exited the game with 10, so I guess they're still safe. They have created that significant distance, between them and DRS, but the fact that teams are trying to catch up, I guess this number of points is still not enough, I guess, because one big break, for the side of DRS, they could eventually dethrone the boys of TALON Esports. But if we're going to be paying more attention to the fact that, the flags here coming from Group B and from the first page, 2 to 4 coming from Nepal. So again, it's safe to assume that Nepali teams are doing extremely well.
Yeah, and of course, MME have also leapfrogged up against Team Secret in this round because Team Secret has been taken out rather early on. Falcons, they are now slowly moving downwards, but they're not in the danger zone just yet. The ones who have been in the danger zone remains to be around that vicinity. KAGENDRA now needs to pull in at least 9 points to catch up to ASI, because ASI has just gotten this big chicken dinner as they give themselves that lifeline heading into the survival stage, and they are looking like great survivors in that past round of Miramar. And yeah, KAGENDRA, I think that they do have a certain couple of chances left on the table, but if ASI plays like that for 2 more rounds, it's over and done for.
So this is what I don't like seeing, from the second page. The fact that Harame Bros really had an explosive gameplay, from day 1 and day number 2, and to see them being part of the bottom page, it's I'm not sure if they still would want to play in the survival stage. Because we're left with just 3 matches here, Contra. Will it be enough for them to actually carry over those points and secure a spot at least from top 4 to 12?
We got to think hard about it for now, but I would say that we will try to process through what could be possibilities. But for now, we still have a couple more games for us to see. So that being said, we'll go on a short break, and when we do come back, we'll bring you even more Clash of Giants.
Welcome back to the Clash of Giants Season 6, again brought to you by Ruthless Esports. The intensity is definitely hitting up here at the Clash of Giants, and we're diving straight back into the action with our fourth match of the day. And the leaderboard is already tied and every point counts, so let's see who can actually seize that momentum. Again, this is Red Queen together with Contra, and we are still your casters for this spectacular event, ladies and gents.
That's right, and of course, with that being said, eventually we might need to say goodbye to some of all these stellar names out there, but that's the nature of the competition where, you know, only the best will prevail, and we just like to keep it that way all the time. That being said, though, right now, of course, TALON Esports have already shown us that they are worthy to join into the next stage, and no matter what happens for the next couple of games, at least we have secured one of the best teams out there here inside of Group B. I can't really say the same for some of all the rest, though, because we take a look once again for those teams who are currently at risk of losing it all. That's it. KAGENDRA, Harame Bros, they are just inches away from catching up to ASI8. Does not help for the fact that ASI8 just won a chicken dinner in that past round.
Oh yeah, I mean the final 3 matches, Contra, will definitely be a true test of endurance, strategy, and of course mental fortitude. I mean, can the teams still at the top hold on, or can the teams at the bottom claw their way back? You know, at the top, the stakes are definitely, you know, like high, and the tension is palpable. So I cannot really wait to start, you know, our 4th match of this evening. But then again, we'll still have to go through you know, trying to predict who will bag the next winner chicken dinner. Do you already have one in mind?
Well, right now, I would just say that there are just so many possibilities out there. I'll just put it out there, just in case if there's any form of expectations on the line from all the fans out there. If there's going to be a chicken dinner that I want to see, I'm going to vote for the teams that are at that borderline, right? It could be KAGENDRA, it could be Harame Bros. I think that ASI8 should be making their way through. They won it already in that past round, so it's so tough. So I'm still thinking, if you have anything in mind, just go ahead first.
You know what? Fine. I feel like their spirits is not dampened just yet. Hopefully, I'm gonna stick it with my with the Harame Bros.
Harame Bros. Okay, if that's going to be the case, I'm just shooting a random answer, I guess. I'm hoping to see at least KAGENDRA to be able to at least make it past. So that's where my vote's gonna be at.
Ooh, KAGENDRA. Okay.
I know they haven't really been on the hot form, but at least now we're switching the pace a little bit, moving back into ERANGEL. So I'm giving them a little bit of a, you know, fair shot of what they could potentially do in this match.
Yeah, I mean, we're headed to the final 3 matches, and the pressure is definitely mounting, you know, for all the teams here. I mean, DRX from Korea, VENA Esports from Vietnam, and as well as ASI from Pakistan have already tasted a victory with a chicken dinner each, you know. Some of the questions that are at the top of my head would be can they maintain their lead, because a lot of teams are already closing up the gap, or like we will be seeing a late surge, you know, for the teams that are hungry for a win. And let's not forget about the teams at the bottom just yet. I mean, there's still a chance for them to get included in the survival stage with 3 matches left. You know, there's still time for like a major comeback. We've seen incredible upsets, you know, in this tournament, and anything can happen in PUBG Mobile. That's the beauty of Battle Royale. So we'll just have to keep an eye on teams like Harame Bros, which is my pick for this round, who had a strong start but have recently fallen into the rankings. So this is their chance to prove that they still have what it takes.
Yeah, and you know, that's the most important thing about this whole game, is that winning 1 or 2 rounds or a couple of rounds does not just cut it. You gotta stay so consistent, because in the league format, just like how in official competitive circuits are like, you gotta have that golden ratio of, you know, kill points and everything else, but most importantly, the golden C word, consistency. And that's what teams are hoping to achieve in almost every single season that they do play through. And this is where, if they have not found it just yet, hopefully for the final 3 or 2 rounds that they will be able to at least pull it through. That's it. Here we are into the matchup inside of ERANGEL once more. And this is match 16.
Woohoo! All right, get your popcorns ready, ladies and gents, because we are dropping back into the iconic battleground of ERANGEL. As you all know, this classic map has seen countless battles, and today, of course, will be no different. So get ready for some intense rotations and close quarter combats and strategic plays, of course, coming from our teams just to fight for survival. Now, we've seen those teams actually pick up their favorite drop spots just a while ago. We've had our ERANGEL for our first game this evening. Let's see if Pochinki will still be populated by Harami Bros and MME, or will MME avoid conflict up against Harami Bros and choose to drop somewhere around the south of the main peninsula? And will Falcons Force still be dropping around Novo? Because yesterday we saw them pick up plays around south of Jorgapool, if I'm not mistaken. Military base, definitely this part will be occupied. Now, I do wonder if this will be also a drop spot for HNE or HAINA Esports. But so far, so good for the rest of the teams here. I can see the rest of BT are already on the ground trying to grab some vehicles, and this is an interesting battle. Interesting circle. The fact that we have military base as the focal point of the circle, oh, you just know that this is going to be intense.
It definitely is. I mean, it is a race to the base, right? Like, you take a look at how the teams drop off from those trajectories of playing path. It is not helpful at all that this is the circumstances that they're being put through. Is like, you got to get those quick loots and then move directly to the island instead. So DRS, I guess, is the closest to the islands. Whether they want to stay in Milta, that's absolutely fine if they're planning to actually find a couple of catches. Speaking of finding catches, Puchiki, like you said, that Morons Esports, they're at it again. This time striking one member down. It is still going to be pretty salvageable fight for the ones that have kind of lost one, and that, namely, is Harami Bros, which, you know, we rooted for them to actually make it into the survival stage, which back in one of the days, it seemed like they were on the right track, but lost a lot of momentum throughout the run.
Yeah, but I feel like they've gotten vehicles to prioritize getting to the south part of ERANGEL here just to be part of the military base. I mean, there is a need for them to kind of just wait for those teams that would be passing through the bridge here and try to take advantage of that one. But as for Falcons Force, I think DRS will be going for fishing here. Oh man, can they pull out Icy and Nerdsit at this point? Man, the kill feed is lining up as well. I can see a lot of plays coming from different teams getting picked up one by one. But let's check out what is going to happen with Talon Esports as Borhan now managed to put up 2 elimination points. Can they follow through? Again, you were talking about consistency just a while ago. Can they do that just now up against 628? 628 currently at the bottom of the page here. They don't have anything to lose. But Talon Esports, man, they know what is at stake.
Yeah, hold on. As matter of fact, 628 though found that beautiful angle. It's gonna be Selling that actually gets one catch, but the rest of Talon Esports tries to suppress them with all that cover fire. With a nade now popping right through it, does secure it. That last stand did not manage to last all too long after all.
Man, pretty accurate shot coming from Misery with that nade on point. That is such a swag there. But anyway, 17 teams remaining as 628 exits the tournament. Hopefully we can see them in another season of the Clash of Giants. But for now, good game, well played. I guess we'll see you guys in the next season. Now, okay, but don't be worried, guys, because we still got, a couple of matches left, before we end the night. But at this point, pretty sure 628 can no longer have a chance to even climb up ranks at, in this competition. But anyway, from the kill feed, it's VENA right now who is in big trouble up against KAGENDRA, because Casper and the rest of the gang here is trying to do a lot of open fire up against the team, but they did manage to put up one elimination point. But VENA, however, was able to cross the bridge, and now perhaps they can do something, a big counter up against KAGENDRA and might win the fight, but we still don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, all these tactics across the bridge, BIGETRON Knights are hoping to actually find something in return. They've been giving a little bit of a chase here in their back and forth into the Fairy Piers as they're hunting out for those members of DRX. It seems like they're fully committed. I'm not too sure if this is going to be a wise idea, as they are now being sprayed by that DP28 in the hands of QXZ. The man, the myth, the legend, once again showing up strong.
There's a need for them to actually put up a show and really flex their muscle. BTR currently having an altercation up against the RX. QXZZZ here just pulled out his DP28. Of course, this is a light machine gun, everyone. Let's see if he can shut down BTR. Can't! First one to go down, courtesy of Soaz with an M16. Now Soaz now already on the charge here, leading the team. We got ARK on your screen, ladies and gents, throwing up a big nade to try to keep them at bay. But DRX determined pretty much on securing points right here. Look at them flushing them out. We got Soaz jumping up and down and just looking for the right spot here to take down permanently the boys of BTR.
Yeah, I feel like they've definitely overdressed that chase into this Fairy Pier and now led to this situation where they're all being funneled through, but somehow they defended well enough to take down XQZ. But only for a slight measure for now. It's still not all too convincing as ARK has eventually got taken down, but at least they secured that one corner out there for BTR. But that's all said and done. It should have been so much more worth for them to just hold around that bridge, don't you think? Perhaps this push was a little bit overzealous.
Man, I mean, look at those teams traveling from north and going down south. I mean, the amount of teams as well trying to gatekeep each other. It's gonna turn the water red here, that is for sure. GLU decided to perhaps go for a swim here, or perhaps they found a boat someplace else. But then again, there's a need for everyone to cross from the main peninsula back to the military base, but it is going to be tough. Either you pass through the bridge and eliminate a lot of players, or swim and risk not being able to defend yourself. Either way, it is going to be a hard pass.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very difficult round to play out, and it does not really help those teams who desperately need those points. Like we just talked about KAGENDRA, at least they got one in return. But what about the rest of these other squads? We see VENA has already got themselves in some slight trouble. Arame Bros, it's all started out inside of Kato, and other than that, it's just been a little bit of a back and forth kind of tug of war that they've been having. So at least they do have two members left. Falcons, they feel absolutely at home being back into Novorotnoye. This is one of the alternative drop spots that they always play in all these tournaments. But speaking of which, there is that member of KAGENDRA inside of one of the buildings that they will have to actually seek through if they want to keep the entire team intact. KAGENDRA just slowly lurking around. I'm not too sure how much has Falcons taken notice, but look at the amount of teams trying to move their way around that Fairy Pier sector. And Vagabond, they've already flipped up some of the members of NMP. Managed to get himself into the shack just in the nick of time.
This is going to be another fast round here in ERANGEL, considering the circle that we have. It's kind of brutal, if you ask me, but all the more fun, for the viewers and the casters as well, because we just know that teams are going to be forced to really, perform at their best or make a lot of split, minute decisions to make sure they stay up on top. And again, in order for you guys to get that winner chicken dinner, you need to make a series of good decisions, and sometimes you just don't really have the time for it to even think about it. You have to be quick on your toes and just really decide. And that decision, of course, will determine whether or not you're gonna make it. But then again, Vagabond Saudi trying to hunt down Cuz of MME, and that is the end of the line for Cuz of Mad Mars Esports. Same thing goes perhaps for Joker, because right now they're having an exchange up against HAINA, DRX, and Team Secret as well, going at it. And Frankie was able to shut down Jamie, which is also a key player for DRX. Yesterday, he was able to shut down 3 players from Vampire Esports, but I don't think he can do that, at the moment.
What a tight squeeze that Team Secret has put up against some of the members of BRX, and there's just no way that they could actually hold the bridge any longer from here on. Secret with that firm challenge match to at least suppress 2 of the members of BRX while the fight continues here from HAINA Esports. Also tanking the zone. I'm not sure how long will these guys actually last out, but they are doing all the things that is possible. You just shoot at anything that moves at this very moment. Team Secret now slowly withering some of all these players down. HAINA Esports still finds one in return. Slayer now creates that passage, now looks for that Lone Ranger coming from the side of Vampire Esports. That should be well secured. Treps is already out. And boy, oh boy, this is the kind of situation where why teams are battling inside of blue zones? Because they know the bridge has been locked down. So all you have to do, fight your way through. Whatever points you can get out of this match is already considered bonus because of how difficult it is.
You need the big brains for this one, considering the circle and where it is exactly. I mean, you don't really have much option for now. And a lot of the teams are dropping like flies, considering the fact that this is such a hard circle right here. So there was a need for, teams to prioritize getting inside the circle during the, stage 1 of the competition. That is exactly what Harami Bros did. The moment they dropped into Pachinki, they got the vehicles and went on their way. MME got left behind. They, gotten their resources from that compound, and a little late when it comes to the circle thing. But Vampire Esports right now going up against HAINA Esports. Man, we're looking at the last player, which is, of course, Yahoo holding a DBS right here. And right now, he is trying to dance with Notsu of HAINA. But Notsu a little fast on the trigger, then much better compared to Yahoo Vampire Esports. That is why he was able to secure the point and was able to save the whole team.
Yeah, and for the fact that he has already hold the best angles possible, it was all pretty tough, I would say, for that attempt of just leapfrogging, trying to get the DBS shot right through, and you always gotta, adjust angles when you're jumping as well. So that was no easy task, whether you're on gyro or not. That being said, though, it's going to be Harame Bros somehow having Jappy to lurk across the bridge unsuspected by the rest of Team Secret. So that's one. He knows there's 2 as well, from the vehicle. So if he could move all the way past, he can get all 3. He even got Frankie on his radar. This is going to be a huge moment for Jappy. All he needs to do, get his way across undetected, get Frankie out, and then they will panic and not know what exactly strike them from above. Oh, he's getting scouted out. Oh, boy. Where's the support? Oh, wait. Jim was on.
Crypto. Yeah, it was Crypto, man.
Oh, he got ratted out so bad.
Was a great effort. He did try to sneak an attack right there up against Team Secret. Unfortunately, got spotted by Crypto, but that was such a great thing for his though. Ghost, however, as well as Pritam right here, getting a lot of damage from Team Secret. Of course, they're already in position here, so all they need to do is just really put out a great defense up against ASI8. Now, Trang got knocked down, but don't worry, Trang, I got you, says Bregan. Right now, he is getting picked up, but Team Secret managed to put up 6 elimination points. GK already out of the game here. It's just Crypto and Hasaki playing for ASI8. Can they make it through?
Well, ASI8, they should have seen this one coming as well, because, there's a very good reason why Jappy has been lurking around. I guess Crypto right now finds another angle. This time does it much better than Jappy did. All they really have to do right now is to spot out Frankie. I think he already knows, and he sees the head. Perfect shot coming from Crypto. He takes charge of the bridge.
I think he had the same idea, from Jappy. He just managed to pull it off better compared to Jappy of Arame Bros. And just look at that. Was able to bag all 4 elimination points for himself. And right now he's doing the same thing up against HAINA. He was able to get Slayer, but unfortunately he also ran out of time there. Denied the point to the rest of the remaining teams, but it was such a good try, for the ASI 8 boys, the sole representative of Pakistan. Crypto did absolutely, the best that he could to survive, but it was a tough circle to begin with, and so we're looking at the final teams that we have, from inside the game. Again, AST, it's been, they've already been here for quite some time, so I'm pretty sure they've already positioned themselves more advantageously compared to the other teams. But right now, they're handling business up against VENA Esports, and VENA, they know exactly where they are.
Yeah, speaking of which, one of the members have managed to strike one down. Venom will definitely receive a little bit of help, but Baxi has already taken note that the entire squad is around that building. Therefore, they will just take their time, slowly close right through, and they might be able to find the entirety of AST. That they're not going to let them easily just push through. I'm pretty sure that AEROMACY will have a response of their own as they heard those footsteps drawing to a close. This is going to be another altercation that's going to be in a close proximity instead of all the bridge fights that we've just witnessed, which was super chaotic. Now, just to also take a look at where some of all these teams are being placed, I do have the mini-map with me, and DRS is in a great position. KAGENDRA is over on the north side. TALON Esports are playing from the south edge, so I guess there is a cause for concern for TALON Esports in this round, because you already saw the 2 teams that are directly in the center of the mid base, right? There's also Glue that's hovering around the airport hangar, so it is not going to be an easy pass for TALON Esports for them to hold true. So might be good news for HNE, might be good news for DRS for this game.
Yeah, but it is definitely going to be a tough one. So kudos, I will congratulate you guys as early as now, but the fact that you were able to actually cross the bridge and get to the military base.
The fact that there's 10 teams, right?
Yeah. Oh man, it was a tough one. I mean, like, if I was a player, I don't even know what I'm gonna do in that situation, to be honest. I mean, it was like a tsunami of teams headed towards military base, and look at that, for 18 teams, stage 4, and we're down to just 10. I mean, 8 teams gone in an instant. But for Arame Bros, okay, we still got Jibna over here. So, I mean, the best thing to do right now, Contra, would be get as much placement points as they can before they can exit the game. But ASD, VENA still going at it. We still got Vagabonds also inside the military base. GLU made their way from the south side of a military base, but KAGENDRA, they're on a 2-2 split here, just really trying to take control of the north side of the circle.
That's right. KAGENDRA really have a lot of space for themselves to work with, and I'm glad that, at least that they have a very healthy squad strength to eventually challenge ASI 8. But ASI 8, you saw that that amount of effort to really win that fight up against Team Secret has brought them 5 points in total. So this make the work for KAGENDRA a whole lot harder, meaning to say they have to take fights one way or another. And now with the new zone appearing, where does it actually lead to? It seems like it will be closing a little bit more towards DRS side, where, that spot in the middle of the hill, it looks like it's a hillside that you could easily play through. Not exactly so. DRS still holds one of the high grounds that can actually see almost the entirety of the military base, and right now KAGENDRA is going for that split as well. So I'm not too sure if they can challenge DRS anytime soon, so we'll focus inside of the base on what happens here.
Yeah, Falcons, I see is no longer part of the game, I believe, but Falcons, they did not deal with just the boys of GLU, but also up against DRS, so that wasn't a very good spot, for Falcons. It was a very vulnerable one. But here comes the kings of Group B. TALON Esports now getting ready to obliterate the opposition. ASD tried to go for a jump shot. Axel says no with a DBS. That was a brutal one. Again, shotguns remain to be a meta here for PUBG. Now Borhan trying to respond, trying to retaliate as well, was able to secure a point under his name, and now he needs to heal up. But you know what? Zio might cook up a nade real good here and serve it fresh up against Burhan.
And he's the last one alive. That leads the entire tribe AEROMACY squad to just push right through, and he finds it. It was a close fight, and Zio have clutched it out. But there is another bigger fish to fry for Chassi too, because VENA Esports have arrived to the scene. They've waited long enough. They know that the AST side has been weakened up. They've already won that fight, meaning to say that they have better numbers to work with. TALON Esports walks away with 5 points. Enough for them to still hold on to that #1 spot. But what more can the rest of AST do here to extend their points in order to be in a safer spot? This is not going to be easy for them, as the rest of VENA Esports is waiting for all this utility to slowly settle down while the shots are coming in from an angle up above the hills.
Zio, if you're listening, man, you are great. I am a fan. You have an absolutely bright future in the competitive scene, I'm telling you. So please give us a shout out if you've really win it big. But anyway, getting back into the game here, we've got VENA Esports once again. One casualty to elimination points. Here comes the attack now coming from Barrow, having an exchange up against Zio. Unfortunately, he was a little slow with the trigger there, and but well, hey, he was the only or like the last man standing for the team up until the point where he got shot with a DBS. So it is still okay. 7 teams remaining for stage 5. We've got 25 seconds more to go before we moved into the next zone. We still got DRS, HAINA Esports. We've got GLU, BS, Falcon, KAGENDRA, and VENA. Man, we are going to have an explosive military-based finish right here for stage 5. And well, this is game number 4 as well. So let's see what is going to happen.
Well, we'll take a look at that amount of space over the north side, and it now is within the control of KAGENDRA. Makes it a little bit more awkward for DRS. As much as they are very close by, it will leave them very vulnerable if they were to move into position. But take a look at Himson and the rest of HNE. They are also within that close proximity, but they're waiting for the right moment to actually make their entry. So whoever's on that south side, well, the best of luck, because it's going to be a long journey to even move through those barricades going undetected, because DRS have been keeping watch. So it's going to take a while, but the fights will wrap up from the south. So this is what we do expect, a big one to erupt over onto the middle base.
Okay, I thought this was going to be a fast one, but we did shed a lot of teams, before we even got into stage 6. But let's see if Notsu can sneak an attack up against KAGENDRA over here. Currently is on prone. Now he found some sort of cover here. Let's see if KAGENDRA will be taking the bait. I don't think Ichin knows that there's a player here that might eliminate them. But let's see what Notsu is going to do in this situation, as Ichin's still a little bit skeptical at this point. I think he was he already exposed his location. Now KAGENDRA exactly knows what to do. They backed away, and now Notsu trying to put out nades as well. Himson is just right behind him, so there's a backup of some sort. But I'm looking at which team is actually inside the circle. I think it's KAGENDRA.
Yeah, I believe so. And you gotta also take notice that DRS is also sandwiching where HNE is currently at. So HAINA is not exactly safe at the moment. They gotta pick their fights very, very carefully. It's 2 very stacked squad up against them. So with only 2 members, there's only so much they can do. They need to hold back. So Natsu probably will take charge of the DRS approach, while the other will take care of the near member of KAGENDRA for this very moment. Meanwhile, VENA Esports tried to force their way through, and the rest of KAGENDRA now being occupied. So this could be a very good chance for either DRS or even HNE to slowly take alternatives here. DRS, they're currently charging towards the south side, hoping to farm some points. Is that going to be the right move? Yes, it is. Big nade now connects. It does drop over a member of GLU. Example goes down in the process as well. So this is going to be that tough fight. VENA Esports still find it very, very difficult to crack things open, but Vagabond, they stay solid altogether.
Great tactics so far. We can see that one of them is actually trying to circle around, getting closer to fire here, just to get some information as to where they can throw the nades. And VENA Esports not doing great at this point, even with a great tactic like that. But two of them currently down, understandably so, because KAGENDRA has that high ground advantage up against the team. But let's see if Thoban can actually buy some time here to heal up the rest of the team. But Casper exactly knows what is happening up against VENA Esports. As you can see, he's holding on to a molly here. Here comes the charge. Oh, they were able to dodge it, but there's a need for both of the teams here, both of the players to actually recuperate the situation, but I don't think they're gonna make it here, Contra. Oh, the time is already ticking. The time is not on their side. The odds is also not on their side here. Will it be done by KAGENDRA?
Tries to run them over, and this actually gives them a little bit of a wiggle room, but there is just so many overwhelming members of KAGENDRA to be able to secure it. Only Casper falls, but they should still be able to go for revive. But will he be left vulnerable, because there's still so many of all these players still stuck inside the middle base? They might be exposed, but DRS has got that covered for now. What is the next move for the rest of the members who are pretty much stuck right across these VE members? They are now being held hostage. They are still within the zone. They can just wait it out. They don't really have to force too much of a measurement up against the rest of DRS just yet until the clock ticks right through. But keep in mind, HNE, they're still within the game, and there is still possibilities that they can still make the cut.
Voity, man, he's getting a lot of damage right there. He is actually receiving a lot of punishment coming from Killer Whitey of DRS, but DRS running out of space here. There's a need for them to descend from where they are, and they are open targets here coming from VENA. But the good thing about it is XMP. Oh no, forget I said anything, because they tried to put a lot of nades up against VENA right at this moment, but unfortunately they received a nade as well. Now, Killer Whitey, what are you going to do in this situation now that it is not so advantageous onto your side? HAINA Esports doing a massive free up against KAGENDRA as well, and they were able to eliminate KAGENDRA with only 4 elimination points.
Right now, down to only 3 teams, and look at the rest of VE. They're holding true, and up against DRS, who tried to close into this proximity. The nades are falling right in, but somehow VE still stays alive, and I'm not too sure if this is going to actually cut it, but it will hit over onto H2T, and this could seal the deal. That massive lob secures it for DRS. Once again, moving to the top 2 teams from the PAL. One walks away with the dinner, the other with still massive points to book out from. What a fight it has been inside of the middle base, and right now, Natsu tries to use the vehicle as a cover. DRS know where he's hiding. But what about the other member? Has DRS spotted it out? Himson, he's got free space. He could do a whole lot from here.
It's a fair fight, an even playing field for both of the teams here, 2v2. But you know what? Watching all of those nades being thrown out, up against each other, I feel like watching a game of, people throwing in 3-point shots, like the Splash Brothers, so to speak. Nobody wants to get close for a dunk. Everyone's going for the behind the arc a moment, for everyone. But, yeah. I mean, okay, so both of the teams here, they don't have that much cover, and we're already at Stage 8. Eventually, Stage 9 will be coming and devouring the remaining land here in ERANGEL, and there will be a need for this 2 teams to get close and engage. But as of the moment, both of them are doing well with waiting it out, trying to be patient here, taking their sweet time. You can see that Killer Whitey already on prone here, slithering like a snake. Let's see if he will not be found out by HNE. Okay, he tried to pick, went in for a massive spray, was able to inflict damage, but not enough still. But I think he already gave away his position.
I gotta highlight the fact that Himson still has 5 grenades. If it moves into Stage 9, he is the biggest threat right now for DRS. Not that DRS knows, for the matter of fact. You see, all these resources are drained out. Natsu has 1 flashbang, only 1 frag for Killer Whitey. All these resources is going to matter. But take a look at the chamber as well. Natsu has got this full clip and only an extra of 16 bullets. So all these shots needs to be fully measured. He only needs to strike accurately. Therefore, everyone's on their reserves. Bullet-wise, Delta's got a plenty.
Yep, you only got one shot, so do not miss your chance to blow. And both the teams here will definitely do just that. As you can see, all of them are on throne, praying to the PUBG gods to not be spotted by, the opposition. Himson going for the wide angle here, Natsu not leaving the comfort, of staying behind the tree, and there goes Delta! Delta is down! Natsu now about to run out of space here. He is not leaving. Okay, here comes the move now, going up against Delta, now trying to dodge an attack, trying to dance. Killer Whitey trying to keep his composure,
1v1.
and there you go. Killer Whitey was able to shut him down as well, but Himson already on the charge, cooking up that nade. Can he be accurate this time? Yes, sir, Delta out. Can he come after Killer?
Oh, there you have it. It's going to be Ibsen, like I said it. HAINA Esports finally rewarded with the chicken dinner here today.
It was a long journey for them, not gonna lie.
It has been a super long journey. You saw they were waiting outside of Blue Zone for a very long time. They waited till ASI-8 was clearing out Team Secret, and then they had to clear ASI-8. Then only they managed to cut their way across, and you saw the only two of these members survived. They lasted longer than both of these teams who were nearby. KAGENDRA, and of course the final fight against DRS, which you saw, it was a very, very tough position to be at, but somehow, some way, they made it work.
I'm already at a loss for words here, Contra. Sometimes I feel like, do I just watch the game and just see who will come up on top, who will emerge victorious, or do I cast it? Sometimes, I'm really amazed just like how these teams are approaching each situation and like how quick they are when it comes to the response. Godlike reflexes coming from the teams here, and it's always like fun cheering for the teams that are really doing good inside the battlefield. And it just so happens for this round, after everything that they have been through, HAINA Esports, one of the teams here that really performing great since day number 1, finally all that work is paying off. They've managed to secure a chicken dinner for the Clash of Giants Season 6 here. Third day, the final day, and really racking points here and displaying a great deal of skills.
That's right, and of course, the matter of fact is that we have to do both spectate and cast. So that being said, once again, tremendous effort from all the teams that have been able to make it the top 10 cut of this round alone, because we saw how messy it gets whenever it goes into the islands of Sonoska. So that being said, the top 4 being HNE, DRS, VES, as well as KAGENDRA. So they all come up with very hefty amount of points, especially for Vagabond Esports. We saw that close proximity fight that they took up against KAGENDRA was pretty commendable until the arrival of these DRS members. But what's consistent is the fact that Killer YT has once again backed another MVP title for himself. This is the second time for today, and there's still another 2 rounds to go.
See, his name needs to be included to, like the players on the road to being the MVP for the entirety of this tournament. I mean, Killer Whitey is no stranger to that one. DRS, since day number 1, they have been performing great. There is a reason why they are at second place. That means that they're not letting go of any situation here. They're trying to really be on full aggro in every match that they step into. But I can say that their strongest map would be really ERANGEL. And if we're going to be looking at the stats here, damage output coming from Killer Whitey is just outstanding as well. Although a little low in the elimination points with this kind of damage output, it only goes to show that he was able to drop a lot of players inside the game, just not really turning that one into elimination points. But the team contribution is outstanding as well. That's more than half. So that means that he really worked hard, just to manage to get to the latter stages of the game. And what we love about PUBG is the fact that it's unpredictable. Teams really need to show how good they are in terms of adapting to every situation, being like versatile players, and how they move inside the game, and how good their synergy is as a team.
That's right. And overall, when we take a look at the points being gathered, it has been very, very important amount of points coming in from both HNE as well as DRS, where they are just trying to still create that distance or close the gap where they're being positioned right now. But Vagabond this time has gotten 12 points. Are they more than safe to actually get into that top 12 cut? Yes, there's movement right now over onto our top 9, but what's more important is that on the next page, it is going to matter a whole lot more. Glue has surged all the way up to reach that 100-pointer mark, so therefore they are in that top 6, knocking down DRS as well as MME. But next page, there's going to be a whole lot of changes that we do take notice.
Okay, after everything, again, HAINA Esports was gone through, the whole Group B thing. They were able to land at second place, and that is a stellar performance coming from this team. Now, in the high stakes of the world of competitive PUBG Mobile, I think raw aim and aggression can only take you so far. So to truly dominate the battlegrounds, teams need a trifecta of crucial qualities, so to speak. So there's what we mentioned a while ago: versatility, adaptability, and consistency. These are, just not buzzwords, so to speak. They're the pillars, I can say, upon which championship caliber teams' performances are built.
That's right. And overall, when we take a look at all these results, VENA Esports are now inching closer into closing the distance between KAGENDRA and then eventually towards ASI8 with a number of rounds to go. So 2 more rounds of play. It is still very, very doable. Now that they've created this opportunity, it's all about paving it through for the last 2 rounds. That being said, we shall behold what's to come in these upcoming matches. So Great Queen, I guess we take a breather, and then when we come back for our final 2 rounds in Group B. Well, that's a very quick break as we will continue on with the journey for all the teams who are hoping to make it through to the survival stage of the Clash of Giant 6. Well, you guys are here for the very first time, or you guys have been here and have not hit that sub button. I'm judging you. Do it right now because we offer a whole lot of great PUBG Mobile action. From time to time, we of course will show you some of the best possible action for top teams across the globe, contending for great prizes out there. So that being said, we still got the predictions to go through. Rick Queen, any ideas of what you're going for this time?
Oh man, no. Honestly, I I don't know who's gonna win. I'm telling you. But obviously there's quite a number of teams that are really trying to catch up. Like BTR, they're always part of the last remaining set of teams in the last few zones. So, like, if I'm going to choose those teams that always make it that far, I guess yeah, I'm gonna give BTR a try. You know,
BTR. Okay, that's a great shout. Hey, has already taken Talon. Okay. This time I'm going for DRS. I'm looking at the consistency of how Kilowatt has been performing throughout the course of the day, and I think that there's just so much impact that DRS could potentially offer us moving into another round of ERANGEL, which most often than not, this is pretty much their comfort map. So I'm fairly confident that if it's not going to be a win, then top 5 is not out of the question, right? So that's pretty much it. So yep, locked and loaded. We got our predictions there. Tell us what you guys think about this upcoming match, and of course we will kickstart real soon. 2 matches to go, and I just can't help but to feel sad about certain teams that may not get to go to the survival stage, but at the very same time, I can't wait to see what happens in the survival stage. We already got the massive Group A heavy hitters, and now you match with Group B. Now I gotta honestly ask you this, Andy. Like, you've been casting probably a Group A as well, right? So that's it. Which group do you feel like has the toughest opponents right now?
Oh, this group.
This group.
I definitely like this group because, again, the moment that we opened day number 1 for Group B, it was all full-blown action, It's like getting a dose of the action that we need. The adrenaline is really shooting up. My anxiety is shooting up. My blood pressure is shooting up. That is how good the teams are.
You gotta look out for your health if that's the
from
case.
Inside Group B, honestly speaking, I guess, Sir Cloud, even Warren yesterday was all smiles, considering like just how many trade-offs, that we've been casting all throughout the matches. I mean, from start to finish, Contra, we're not even breathing, I'm telling you.
Well, that's why I was worried. Are you guys okay? Because like you said, high blood pressure. You said all these kind of words that something to be worried as a friend. But hey, I'm glad that you made it to this week at least for more high octane action. Well, I hope that in between you guys get some good break while we're doing all this hard work, so you guys back at home can all get to enjoy. So now 10 seconds before we dive into our penultimate round, I hope that you guys continue to cheer on your favorite teams out there, and once again, hit that sub button and subscribe to all the latest news from Ruthless Hype Esports. And this will be our final match in ERANGEL.
Yes, sir, the pressure is on. This is it. Just like what Contra mentioned, the final ERANGEL match of the night, and teams know that every placement, every kill matters more than ever. Can they maintain their consistency under the immense pressure? Or can they adapt to the unpredictable nature of the final circles, or even display the versatility that we're talking about ever so in the set of matches that they needed to conquer this iconic map one last time tonight? I think we're going to find out just which of these teams are definitely going to be on top. It may be, those teams at the bottom because they no longer have anything to lose. We are already at the second to the last game before we wrap things up. So Yeah, those teams at the top probably we will see a little bit of slowdown, a little bit of passiveness coming from those teams. But for those teams at the bottom, oh man, I feel like they're gonna come out guns blazing here, Contra.
Oh, they definitely will. Like you said, there's no time for slacking. There's definitely no room to make mistakes as well. So you just gotta go ahead and try. I mean, it's go big or go home right now. Now, with that first circle appearing into the Sonoska military base, as well as this flight path actually allowing all these teams to move into the island as well. You see Falcons as well as HAINA Esports to be occupying that Sonoska region alongside with Lower Noi. But also, that said, look at how many teams that are around that region of Gatka that has already shown the first area of play.
Mm-hmm. Tribe ERANGEL, I feel like they're headed towards perhaps the south of Jurgapul, and then maybe head up hike up towards the Mount Gatka, as we call it. But yes, yeah, Rex already in the middle of the circle here. Harame Bros obviously dropped in Pachinki. Now I'm looking for MME. Did they drop around Pachinki? I think so, yes. So perhaps we will be seeing them fight. Ooh, this is what we have been waiting for. It's been a while, they have avoided Harame Bros fighting with them for a lot of ERANGELs that happened during yesterday and today. Since we are on their final ERANGEL, we will definitely see them perform once again, go up against each other. And again, if you guys are keeping tabs, it's a 2-2. It's tied up between these two amazing teams. So for the tiebreaker here in ERANGEL, let's see who's gonna dominate.
Oh, this is definitely going to be very, very interesting because they look very committed into this fight. Jappy has been spotted out way earlier, while the rest of Harame Bros, they're taking a little bit more of a defensive stance on how they are approaching this angle of a fight, whereas the rest of enemy, they look very, very stacked right now. So a push should be coming, led by Zaraki as well, as he tries to at least close the distance for a little bit more. But Range is going to do the same because he's not going to allow a free pass whatsoever for whoever of these members of enemy to decide to strike first. So it's going to take a while, whereas like around the rest of the region, I believe that there's not much happening, which is where we get to fully enjoy this massive fight that could erupt at any given point. A lot of smokes now being deployed. That's actually coming in from Zaraki. Not too sure if it's actually wise to expend it so early, but I guess they were trying to also deny some areas and also cover some of all these angles to keep the rest of Harame Bros guessing. But this is just going to be some random wild toss of your utilities, hoping to actually flush somebody out. To no luck, at least, for this very moment. So as it continues on, somehow Nathan as well as the rest of Harame Bros have been able to breach through the buildings, but they're on separate locations, which can be a cause of concern for Harame Bros.
Harame Bros can no longer make a mistake here. They know what is at risk, and they're at the bottom of the page, so they can no longer afford to lose up against MME. Currently, MME is at the number 8 spot, so they're definitely gonna be committing to this fight up against Harame Bros. So what kind of trick can we see coming from Harame, considering the fact that they are at a disadvantage here? Again, it's all or nothing for this team. If they can finish with a double-digit score for the 2 remaining games that we have, perhaps there's a chance for them to make it to the survival stage. But they have to go through MME first here in Pachinki. And obviously with this kind of position, they're going for a pinch. But then again, when it comes to information gameplay, I mean, the fact that some of them entered the same house and did not even, it wasn't even aware of the fact that there is a player already inside and just waiting for that right opportunity to knock them down. I think that is not showing great for the side of Harame Bros.
Yeah, that is finally a beautiful knock coming in from Rage, dropping that grenade into the perfect position. And all these the lurkers up the ceiling, or should I say the rooftops, are about to breach right through. But Extreme is holding over on the back. This is where they have a wide wraparound coming in from the side of MME. MORONS are hoping to actually strike right back. They still managed to seek one out. They denied that push. And therefore, Harame Bros, they still are left intact because just clip one trying to run across. So it is pretty much even for now.
Extreme out, Joker down. 2 more plays to go for the side of MORONS Esports. Rocky healing up. But Harame Bros already decided to go for a charge here. Now, Range, Nathan was able to recuperate. Joker still out there bleeding in the open. Tricks coming from the kill feed is currently knocked down as well. They're going up against GLU somewhere in ERANGEL. Venom goes down as well. I think that is it. You know, ASD is almost done. But let's see. Zaraki on the screen with an S12K and, of course, a UMP as his secondary gun. We've got a little bit of a standoff between these two teams. There's been a truce now. Everyone is just waiting, of course, and getting some information as well on how they're going to be pushing forward at this situation. GLU squad, a drop shot coming from Hasby, and that is it. Tribe AEROMACY, not part of the game anymore. Empty-handed as well in terms of points.
Well, that took me aback for a little bit because like that's what came out of nowhere. I was like, oh, okay. So I guess a big fight elsewhere is happening. But of course, that said, there's still this fight that continues on. Range this time gets knocked, and slowly but surely they confirm that as they are confident that they will win out straight. But still, 2v1. Can Range still pull this one off? Not going to be an easy task, but take a look at who's coming. It's the rest of KAGENDRA. I guess none of them are actually taking a firm win because of this situation. Running towards the same direction, this is where they will still commit to this 1v1. I guess it matters not. This is where all else break loose because got the S12K trying to squeeze those angles. He's telling you that he also has a shotgun of his own. It's going to be the S101. And it's all about who's going to get the trades faster. More angles, wide top. And I guess he's just going to look for that clean angle from another region. Baiting those numbers in. This isn't going to end pretty well.
You know what? 2 teams inserted coins. That is why we've got new challengers inside Pachinki. But you know what? This needs to be closed down between MME and, of course, Harame Bros. Both teams now down to their last player. It's all or nothing, right? But for Harame Bros, it pains me to say that we're not going to see them perform in the survival stage, I think, you know, at this point. Their scores is just like too far behind. This might be the last, you know, like time that we see them playing for the Clash of Giants Season 6. This is a group stage, ladies and gents. That is why, you know, it's a tight one considering that we only have top 3 teams that will advance to the grand finals, you know, sure slots. But anyway, BT are now very close with where Harame Bro Nathan is currently. Let's see if he can defend himself. We've seen a lot of clutches happen with a 1v3 situation, but perhaps Nathan can pull off a big one, you know, for Harame. Chill guy leading the charge. He's up there onto the okay, so he's not up there. He went down to the ground floor, drove his buggy away, and there might be a chance for Harame Bros to make it to the latter stages of the game. That is if they find a compound and maybe chill for a while.
Yeah, should we play the music? Dum, 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 dum. I guess it's not so chill right now. It is Falcons Force trading back. Wow, that big 180 flick that actually finds the target, and it's going to be KAGENDRA that will seek out some of all these members of Vampire Esports, knocking them down. Through the smoke seeks another one in the back. KAGENDRA on a streak with those 4 pointers out there. They're not done just yet. They want to chase up against ASI8, and they don't care who's right in front of them. They will just rally up a storm and just put them all to sleep. Well, it is getting rather late here in Southeast Asia, where we're from. But not too sure. What time is it in Nepal? I think it's just about, okay, maybe just past dinner or so. I'm just taking a wild guess right now. But, you know, speaking of which, you know, DRS, so far, I love the form that they're at throughout the course of the tournament. As a matter of fact, all the Nepali teams
we'll see them in survival stage, like you said before. Now, to my concern is, ASI, of course, hailing from South Asia, hailing from Pakistan, which I miscalled it earlier. They're they were doing so great in one of those rounds, but this is where it makes or breaks them. But I always would be fairly confident that ASI 8 would perform superbly inside of Miramar rounds, and I think that is going to be a very strong play on the very final match that we will get to see from him.
Okay, so if I were to be really honest here, there's plenty of teams. I think 8 teams already crossed that triple-digit score, and it will be hard, really, for those teams at the second page to even come close, with what they have set. Unfortunately, for the fans of Vampire Esports, if you would want to see them perform once again in the grand finals, all you need to do is just vote for them when it comes to the fan favorite team. And they will absolutely be they will absolutely respawn back into the grand finals here. For the kill feed, it's RSG versus ASI 8. Crypto was able to secure 1 point, I guess. But right now there's a need for them to actually follow through and obliterate the rest of REGANS Gaming. But for now, yes, REGANS might be on the losing end here up against ASI 8, considering that many of them are already on the ground. But it's the same thing for ASI 8. Okay, 2 casualties go Sasaki out of the game. Crypto also down, so it's just free time right here. They might win the battle, but they might lose the war.
Yeah, this is just a tough fight. 3-way warfare at REGANS Gaming now. Stuck behind a tree in the hard place, honestly. Like, wide wraparound coming from BTR. He just has to do what he has to do to try to secure even that 1 point, but it is not going to happen. 3 points at the very least for RSG. And like you said, this isn't going to be enough for them to make the cut for the final hoorah, unfortunately. So they just gotta, play true, just like any other sportsman would do. And KAGENDRA, I would say, out of the many of the pack that will be bowing out, this is not one team that will just bow out for now, because they've already gathered 5 points. So it's less than 5 points for them to catch up to ASI 8. I didn't really calculate. I just throw in some number out there, but it's definitely less than 5.
Okay, again, if Vampire Esports would love to join us for the grand finals, even with their just mechanical skills and just how good they are playing the games, it's not impossible at all. It's not a long shot for them to actually get included in the Clash of Giants of grand finals. But then again, this is an off-season tournament, and we are at the mercy of the teams here, whether or not they're in the mood to actually really perform in the, just do a great fan service for us. But then again, we need to focus on those teams are really putting up a great show. Like, the rest of DRS boys, even the GLU squad Team Secret, MME, even, they're so mysterious. And it's an up and down situation for the whole team. But the fact that they were able to set one of the biggest numbers so far in the Clash of Giants, it's still pretty amazing. Everyone was excited. Nepalese were all like spamming the comment section with their flags and really rejoicing, showing great support to MME. And I guess, that's enough. I mean, they're definitely going to be in the survival stage, so it's okay. But as for the remaining teams here, we still love to see a lot of 1v1s happen, clutch gameplays, 3v1 and all of that. I guess that's something that teams are really so eager to see, that keeps them at the edge of their seats. And I guess we'll just have to congratulate as early as now. I mean, TALON Esports, although HAINA is getting closer and closer and closer to the gap, I think pretty much it's a sure shot for TALON, HAINA, and DRS, to secure the top 3. I think they're the top 3 teams that will really get the invite for the grand finals.
Yeah, it's all about the couple of $100 of a difference, I guess. Like, everybody gets to buy maybe lunch and dinner for the extra day. Depends on how lavishly they eat in their own region. Or if you do conversions of US dollars, sure, then there will be certain things that to consider, whatever the case would be. Now, what I've always been amazed with is the dedication from all the teams, as well as the supporters coming from South Asia, because you take a look at the strong community that they have, and also whenever you see Nepali teams play, Pakistan teams play, or any other team around the region of South Asia play, they have always put their A game. No matter if it's a scrim, whether if it's a small tournament, the biggest of tournaments, they always perform the best, because I guess like I've used to manage a team before, and I believe in this philosophy that that was once quoted by this legendary player from another game called fiercest, where he said, if you're not training hard enough, so one day you're gonna meet the guy that has trained all the minutes that you did not train, and once you do, you're gonna lose to him.
Yeah.
And that is more than enough motivation for you to push through. And therefore, I felt like, you know, if certain teams don't really treat scrims seriously, they're honestly missing out, because there's so much to learn from it. And not only learning from it, but to also make it a muscle memory of what you need to do to win games. So
I
that's
definitely
something.
agree with you. Sorry to cut you off, but yeah, I mean, like, I think what you're saying is, you know, hard work beats talent sometimes.
True.
Sometimes veteran teams, when they are at the top, they become complacent. They get too relaxed. They get too comfortable without really thinking that, okay, there's a team that might rise up to the challenge and really, really train hard for this. I mean, they've been studying you. They've been trying to get information as to how you play the games, or perhaps, you know, some of your coaches tries to go to another team. I mean, all that. You need to prepare about all of the possibilities that
True.
somebody else will be trying to take you down, and will definitely take you down hard. And yes, you're right. It is an absolute pleasure to be part of this game. You know, this platform from Ruthless Esports, giving a chance, you know, even to those rising teams to kind of be experimental and to think about, or to come up with an effective plan on how they're going to be performing the moment they step into the official stages.
True enough. And of course, it's all about hard work, dedication, and humility at the very same time, where, you know, you can't really get too cocky that, hey, I'm the best in this region. That's that region. But internationally, it is always going to be a different ball game. Now we do get back into the thick of the actions, now that, you know, stage 5 is where all the action is going to be taking place sooner rather than later. I mean, later on, we still get quite a number of action as well. And speaking of which, H2T gets into the thick of things, taking down the entire squad of GLU. We didn't really get to see the full picture of that, but oh boy, it has been a wide angle of a field for all these teams to come out. And Vagabond is not really in the safest spot. Only has Jack to confirm right now. DRX hoping to pepper them from afar. And honestly, if you were to be in this game, where would you plant yourself? In the midst of the fields of Gatka is always going to be dangerous, or over on the hills where people will be fighting over all these territory, just like how VENA and FT is doing so far.
Yeah, I mean, whoever wins the fight will get a spot, you know, right at the edge of the circle here. So, I mean, Talon definitely hearing those gunshots. Misery and Linux pretty close with 628 and VENA. Probably they're just waiting for that right timing to get into the mix right here. But VENA right now getting bombarded with a lot of nades here. They've been getting a lot of damage as well coming from 628. And again, 628, they don't have anything to lose. They are currently at the bottom. And I already said this, that 628 might just be playing for experience here. And here comes the crash, the showdown. And let's see who's going to be winning the fight. VENA Esports trying to do a massive counter right here. Oh, man, this is not looking too good onto the side of VENA, because we only have one player active for VENA right now.
Yeah, it doesn't really help that the full member of ST is also providing just about enough information for Xiaolin to actually play around. But here comes Talon Esports striking them down eventually. As we see, both sides have already been weakened just about enough. STE, how long can they actually hold on? It's going to be a push through, and STE is down and out. Talon Esports now also has to face the wrath of DRX, who have also wrapped the scene to try to third party at the very same time. They decided, okay, this is going to be a little bit overwhelming to deal with two teams at once. They try to fall back, while the rest of DRX, they managed to also create this passageway to zone off all these teams from coming through.
For Talon Esports, I guess they would want to finish the group stage with a stellar performance. Obviously, they still have a complete squad, and they have been trying to rack up massive points once again for the final ERANGEL this evening. After all, ERANGEL is the cashing cow, the bread and butter for most of the teams, or if not all. So let's see if they can achieve their goal for this one. They've already racked up 4 elimination points. They are already at 155, and HAINA, unfortunately, although at second place, it might be short-lived just for the fact that they're down to their last player. So it can be hard, to pull off a huge win here.
It definitely will be very, very difficult. But when we take a look at all the stakes that's still involved, KAGENDRA's still in play somewhat, all the way towards the south side. But they need another 5 points because ASI 8 in this round itself has secured 5 before they bow out. So it's not going to be an easy journey for KAGENDRA. Meanwhile, that strike from right down under sees elimination in the hands of Baxi. They're not going to be all too happy about it. Talon Esports are looking to wrap things up. And there we go. Even goes in for DRX. But eventually, DRX will exact vengeance, securing their 5th point as well. So they have already reached 106 points so far. Now we will finally get to see another battle taking place between Talon as well as DRX as they try to recommit. Talon looking to have the upper hand right now because this territory is seemingly to have a lot more space for them to work with versus QXZ, but we've seen this before. QXZ, he's just not going to let his teammates go down.
Oh man, Talon Esports, still the apex predator for this group. And now Misery trying to go off angle here. Definitely charging up against Soez. But QXZZZ has been trying to put down Misery by throwing a lot of nades here. But let's focus our attention more on the kill feed because plays from coming from Team Secret also getting picked off. They're dropping. They're losing some members. But this is going to be an interesting fight. We did say that Talon Esports needed to win this one with a stellar performance. And right now they are racking as much points as they could, despite not having Hyunbin and Jaemin in the process. Perhaps the dynamic duo can still make it happen, for the rest of the team here. Now, Talon Esports, Misery, as you can see, still trying to flash out Soez. Oh, but unfortunately, that was an accurate nade coming from QXZZZ, and now he is on the ground, bleeding out. Can Barhan carry his team up to the last few zones for the final ERANGEL tonight?
It always feels like DRX have this last stand buff. Whenever they're being pushed around, they will push back. Like, they're not going to be the ones to be bullied out of a fight. And you just saw Talon initially, who had that high ground advantage, eventually lose out the space because of QXZ's pressure. And right now, it's just going to be DRS trying to wiggle some room. And it is DRX on the push once more, moving into the top 4, taking one member down from the side of DRS. Now it's down to Delta. Delta being pretty close. He's got to dodge those grenades, and he's going to be able to also cook one for himself. That vehicle's being blasted so far away, so it's almost being clipped out as well. But Delta, he is not being hindered, but QXZ is slowly on the approach. It's going to be 2v1, but also remember that XMPL and QYT, they're not too far off. Random tosses of the grenade, not really connecting. DRS just tries to ensure that they have that firm control through the hillside, but there is another team hoping to attack them now, which is why the smokes are in play. Here comes DRS though! They rush right through! They have been inside of that chicken dinner before, but this time they make damn sure that DRX don't get to play the game.
You know what? That's what I was gonna say, just moments ago, that DRX denied DRS the chicken dinner a while ago, and DRS served their vengeance quite right up against the Korean team. And now we're looking at the final 2, which is, of course, the Vagabond Saudi from Vietnam and DRS coming from Nepal. Can DRS secure this much points to take the throne out of Talon's hands? And now both of the teams are trying to reset, getting into a great, position here. If you can hold on to multiple angles, then that could best work for the team. But so far, nobody is making a hard push just yet, although we see a lot of smokes getting popped. But, oh man, there is a special loot crate, though, onto the side of a Vagabond. So perhaps they could get and upgrade their armors and vests, or maybe get the special gun inside the crate. Then that's always an advantage, for the team.
Definitely is. And I love how both sides are playing so tactically. You saw that wide angle camera just showing us how the teams are right now being spread out into formation, hoping to at least seize majority of the control of the zone. With 2-2 split going on for the side of the members of Vagabond, whereas DRS, they have a 3-1 split, which will see them having maybe a lot more of an immense firepower to actually single out certain targets. But the rest of Vagabonds, they've been rather elusive so far, because DRS, they popped a couple of smokes early on just to cover some tracks while they were fighting DRX. But ever since then, that has given a little bit of an idea towards the rest of the Vagabond to play through how this is going to be eventually ending up. They saw the car, they expect one player to be lurking around. Very great effort coming from the side of Example to be able to actually gain some intel back towards DRS.
I think I am in love with this buggy skin right here. Nice. Pink and blue. Nice. Oh, but this one is the nicest McLaren. But anyway.
McLaren ball, by the way.
Okay, it's a standoff. Okay, we do understand that both of the teams are trying to take their sweet time. After all, it is just stage 7, and again, this was just like a fast round, you know, for the 18 teams here. DRS displaying quite a huge number in terms of elimination points, and they have, you know, like the chance to actually score the chicken dinner. That would be, you know, like stellar as well coming from DRS. Now we can see that Vagabonds, Saudi boys are scouting, trying to get close to the one here. Trying his best to like push the limits here up against DRS. The moment DRS like picked up this pattern here and managed to like time that nade or like that spray, could be detrimental though for the side of Vagabonds.
Yeah, I'm also keeping count on some of the utilities that they do have, where DRS, because of the amount of battles that they've won so far, there's a lot more in their loot bags as compared to Vagabonds in that sense, which is why you can see that they are deploying a lot more of these smokes, because they got a lot of spare. I mean, can't say the same about Example, because he's got more frag grenades, because he's looking to frag out instead. But take a look at this. He's in a very, very awkward spot, because he could easily be pincered by 2 members out there, but because they are smoked off, they don't really get to see all too much from this angle, and DRS, they are slowly creeping through. I think that they want to settle on what's around the shack at first. They will expect more of the crowd to be on the right side, which they've already smoked off as well. And therefore, they're just lobbing whatever utilities that they do have in the hopes that it will eventually clear out Num Num.
Yeah, but you don't want to waste your throwables at this point. You need to be able to manage them smartly. And there you go, XMPL once again with a very accurate shot with a nade. And now Vagabonds, oh, it's not looking too good for them. I don't think a pickup is still possible after this point. So upper hand advantage from for the side of the DRS. That was an essential knockdown right there coming from Delta. Now XMPL already has a total of 5 elimination points so far. I think he is bagging the most number for the side of the DRS. Now DRS continues to apply a lot of pressure coming from for the Vagabonds. Let's see if they can do a massive counter attack.
There we go. More and more deploys now coming out, and the Vagabonds in return just trying to blindly throw right into the smoke. And just like that, DRS has baited all the utils necessary for them to eventually commit. Trying to see if they could also find something in the rec center, but you can see that they're all hugging by the edge right now. This is stage 9. It's just going to shrink all the way into the rec center, and they flip one through the smoke. It's always going to be Kilowatt C. The man, the myth, the legend, at work, H2T. He's got that goes up, and he's got to put the bullets out of the chamber. What can he do right now? XMPL cutting right across, also being covered by the tracks as well. 2 versus 1, 3 versus 1, and make that none. Down to Boy T, but I don't think he's got much to do here, because it is the real soldiers to seal the deal in the final match of ERANGEL.
My time is now, says the boys of the real soldiers. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this is their second chicken dinner for Group B. Day 2, day 1. Okay, because the first time they scored a winner chicken dinner would be day number 1. Yeah, I mean, I believe this is their second or perhaps their third winner chicken dinner. But nonetheless, what a stellar performance. Again, coming from the boys of the Real Soldier. And again, every team brought their A game, showcasing incredible skill and determination. We've seen a lot of moments of brilliance and strategic master classes and nail-biting finishes, but in the end, it was of course a DRS who best embodied, right, the things that we were talking about just a while ago: the versatility, adaptability, and consistency. And they are the ones who rose to the top.
That's right, and they definitely made back right here in this matchup. Is this chicken dinner pretty much enough to eventually close that gap between them as well as TALON Esports? We shall find out in moments time. But if they have not done so, Miramar is the round to do it for DRS. So far, it's been impeccable performance from all 4 members. You saw how calculated their moves are, how smart they actually played it. And at a certain point, I was asking myself, are the rest of Vagabonds being a little too passive in this fight, or is it just DRS just doing way better in that sense? And I think the latter is true, where DRS, they knew what exactly needs to be done in that final one.
All right, here we go. Let's check out the stats coming from the feed here. Okay, DRS teams to watch for the final ERANGEL Vagabond Saudi DRX TALON Esports. Again, this is the last ERANGEL that we're going to see for this evening. We're going to wrap things up in Miramar, but checking out the utilities, DRS with 22 nades inside the game, popping up 42 smokes. I believe they have the highest numbers when it comes to throwables, because it is essential, to be honest. Up until the latter stages of the game here, you've seen how crucial the exchange, and just because DRS bagged the most, throwables inside their backpacks, it gave them a little bit of advantage up against VENA boys, because you can disorient your opposition when you hit your nade up against a player. They also lose their sense of hearing inside the game.
That's right, and you saw how crucial it was for them to win out so many of all these other traits as well, where we saw how many teams were rushing towards that direction, and that biggest moment was the shutdown up against DRX that has been the bane of their existence in some of these matches, and the team that had denied them the chicken dinner before, they just basically swept them off of that matchup where they were on wheels. And if we take a look at GLU, this is also a big round for them as well. By the way, really love the varsity jacket that they have on. I don't know if those are patches or so, but if I were to be in Jakarta, I want to visit this guys just so I could basically I don't know, back for one of his jackets to bring home or something like that. But 24 points, Annie! 24!
Yeah,
I think this could be it. This could be DRS at #1.
I'm sure about that as well, honestly. But you know what? What's funny is that we also talked about the jacket, varsity jacket coming from GLU squad, and we are actually saying, hey, if you want us to purchase it, I'm down for it. If you want, to send us jackets, if you guys are listening right now, we are more than willing to purchase the jackets. I'd love to wear it, but if you guys are feeling generous enough, I could send you my address and just maybe let me wear it. Let me get the feel of wearing that swag. Oh, there you go. This is what we have been waiting for. Second to the last game, guys. DRS has once again demonstrated why they are considered one of the top contenders in this tournament. I mean, this chicken dinner further solidifies their dominance and showcases their incredible consistency. They are not just winning matches here; they are consistently performing at a high level, match after match. And what's truly impressive about DRS is their ability to adapt to different game situations. I mean, whether it's aggressive early game pushes or calculated late game rotations, they always seem to make the right decisions. I mean, they read the map perfectly and adjust their strategy accordingly, making them incredibly difficult to predict and counter contra.
True enough. And TALON, they only slided a little bit, and the one that has costed them was match 14, where they didn't really receive any points at all. Whereas today day, it has been a hot streak for DRS. Right now, you see those blinking in red. That's right. These are teams at risk. KAGENDRA, they put a lot of points this round, but you saw it was still 5 points achieved by ASI8 in this round itself. Therefore, there's still that 4 points for them to overcome ASI8. KAGENDRA on that borderline. It'll be sad if they miss out. I mean, I wish that both of them could get through, but hey, we got bigger fishes like AST, who's gotten so much more safety net in that sense. But I could even say if ASI8 and KAGENDRA gets a big round here in Miramar, AST, they might be in danger as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, while VENA Esports, has shown great potential, this match highlights some areas that they can focus on improving. Perhaps they need to refine their late game rotations, like work on their communication and in high pressure situations especially. But there is no doubt, that they're also like a team to watch out for in the future. And more of that talk, ladies and gents. I know you guys are having a great time down there in the comment section, because again, another Nepal team won and managed to get to the top of the ranks, snatching that throne out of Talon's hands. So we'll be right back after a break. Please don't go away. We have arrived at the moment of truth, ladies and gents. The final match of the Clash of Giants Season 6 is upon us. At least for Group B, and the stakes have never been higher. You know, the leaderboard has been a roller coaster ride with teams battling fiercely for every point. DRS has now seized the throne for TALON Esports, putting themselves in pole position, but the fight for the top spots is far from over. Again, my name is Red Queen together with Contra, and we would like to welcome you back to the final match of the Clash of Giants Season 6 by Ruthless Esports.
Well, I love the energy, as this will be the very final game for Group B, but this is not going to be the last match that you're seeing here in the Clash of Giants, because tomorrow, the day after, we still have Group C to also kick off their run, and then the survival stage start. And you think that's about it? Oh, what about the grand finals? Yes, that's also happening somewhere down the line, but of course we take things one step at a time, right? We want to see who qualifies before we even get there. Anyways, now that it's all said and done, I was happy DRS won because I got my prediction right.
You got it.
Yes, I did. So, 101.
Already fine.
Okay, now that it's all down towards like the final scenario, what's it gonna be? Like, is this a round for DRS to retain that #1 spot? Is it gonna be Talon fighting back? Is it gonna be a big from them? I think it's my time to vote for Talon. I hate to be that guy that seemed like a villain. I know there's a lot of Nepali fans watching, and I'm also friends with the people who manage DRS at the very same time. I'm at the spectrum, but I think that these two, they are already big winners to me.
I will keep it with the soldier boys, because I'm a soldier girl right here.
Okay. I like that. I like
soldier
that.
Soldier girl for the real soldiers. I'm locking it. DRS for the win.
Okay, let's see what will go down here with the very final match. And I love this final vote. We saw Vagabond, they managed to also clinch themselves a top 2 finish on that past round. And we see production going for the vote, seeing that they have the confidence to see not only Vagabonds maybe take a chicken dinner, but also take it all the way in the survival stages. So it's a lot of interesting storylines here that we've crafted throughout the journey. But Group B, this is the make or break moment. Is it going to be KAGENDRA that makes it past? Is it going to be AESIA and Tribe AEROMACY? Are they safe right now from disqualification? It will all boil down to this final 30 minutes of play. Some say maybe lesser, some say maybe slightly more, depending on the stages. But here we are. It's the final round here in the Clash of Giants Group B, as we head right into MIRAMAR.
Oh man, the stage is already set, Contra, and the tension is palpable. The final match will be a defining moment, you know, for all the teams here. And I do wonder, of course, who will rise to the occasion, but we did lock in our prediction. Again, I'm a soldier girl, so DRS all the way. Who will falter under the pressure? And of course, we're about to find out. So, ladies and gents, hold on to your seats. It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
It definitely looks like it's gonna be a really tough one, especially this starting off from the eastern corner of the map, and certain teams, they love to traverse into areas like Jumasera. That's being slightly out of reach, but hey, they can always go for a nearby parachute and then just extend their way through. But it is still a firm access to a lot of the teams that love to play around that Venus region, as well as Picado. We've seen so many fights that breaks loose around that trifecta between, you know, Power Grid, Picado, Graveyard. These are the 3 focal points when we start off the round, and then wherever the fight breaks loose, we are happy to witness. So that being said, we will get the classic fights that we're seeing. But Talon this time, they're moving pretty close to Picado. And is this going to be a case in point to be made? Because I think that they might have a firm challenge floating right across them. And that is MME, a hard hitter. And as a matter of fact, the biggest point scorer in the single round inside Miramar. So is this the fight that they're willing to risk it all for the first place? It is about time to find out.
Okay, let's be real here. Okay, in Picado, there's DRX and of course Vampire Esports, but then again, Vampire's not really taking this seriously. For the entirety of the group stage. So perhaps it's going to be free kills for the side of DRX. But hey, who knows what's going to happen? Maybe perhaps we can see some of them really have an explosive gameplay since this is already the final match for this evening. But let's talk about the final or like the top 3 teams that we have so far. So for DRS, again, it is all about maintaining consistency under pressure, and they need to avoid complacency and execute their game plan with precision. A strong placement. Could this be enough, for them to secure another chicken dinner for this round? The important thing is that they do not lose their fire inside them. For HAINA, it's about finding the extra gear, I guess, and demonstrating both, the key ingredients in getting those winner chicken dinner, the versatility as a team and adaptability. They need to be prepared to adjust the strategy on the fly and maybe capitalize on any opportunities that will arise. And a chicken dinner is their best bet for securing a top 3 finish or really racking a lot of points, just like what MME actually did a while ago.
True enough, and I'm not sure if they still have that kind of momentum left. I mean, you got to consider it's been such a long day for all the gentlemen as well as the ladies that has been playing inside of the tournament. Speaking of which, we expected a fight to break between MME as well as Talon. It's going to be the first strike coming in the hands of Burhan. Now, this is going to be important. This is going to allow them to chase up against DRS. And that's just 1 point. But at least it's a slow and steady stack to kick things up for the Indonesian side. There's going to be a slight retaliation, but keep in mind, this is Miramar. It's going to be a little while. Oh, boy, that peak was perfect. Extreme with the micro Uzi lands that hit shot.
Oh, I do love the sound of that micro Uzi. Getting me goosebumps. But anyway, good shot coming from MORONS Esports. Although Joker already a casualty here, but they're still going up against TALON Esports here, and it could be hard, for them to try to eliminate them because TALON pretty much determined to reclaim their throne, perhaps. I feel like they're eager to do just that, to prove to their fans that they can finish at the top and still emerge victorious even after falling down. Maybe they just tripped and lost all of their points, but they can still do a major comeback right here, bounce back to just what happened during the previous game. But they have to go through MORONS Esports first. And now that we can see the back and forth situation coming from both of the teams here, Misery out of the game here, but they do post 1 elimination point for Talon.
It's barely going to be enough. They need to win out this fight, or else they will just have to give the reins towards the hands of DRS. Falcons, on the other hand, is doing pretty well. They've been able to actually get that grenade elimination.
Wow!
Whoa, what a swift peek! Oh, another one! Linux, what is this man made of? He's just shredding apart all the members of MME. The map morons are no more. Meanwhile, we continue on. I thought we still had that fight going, but this is REGANS Gaming getting involved. And boy, oh boy, DRS have also looked to take all this fight up against Falcons Force. And they're just not going to let the kill feed to be dictated by the rest of TALON Esports, as they want to make claim of their own. They want those extra hundreds.
Well, TALON Esports definitely seeing red at the moment. I mean, killer mode on. That's exactly what they're showing us at the moment. But 6-8 at the bottom, going up against East of Falcons. I see is dropping in late for the game, I guess. But yeah, he was able to save his teammate. But are they still complete? I didn't get the chance to actually see the full roster. But anyway, dropping into Tribe AEROMACY here. Okay, so Falcon, yeah, they already lost 2 of their members. Could be hard for them to get to the last few stages since everyone will be fighting for survival here. Perhaps those teams at the bottom will just come out guns blazing and cause nuisance, cause trouble for some of the teams at the top to lose their spot. But let's see what's going to happen because we got REGANS, we've got Team Secret over here, and ASI as well. It's a 3-way battle happening at the moment. Frankie is a bit far away from the rest of the team here. He's actually down on the ground. But then again, I think they're on the same spot as Ghost of ASI 8. So they are smelling blood. They are kill hungry at this point. Let's see if they can obliterate ASI 8.
What a charge coming from Team Secret as well. They're definitely hoping to reclaim their glory. It's been a couple of rounds that they have had hits and misses, and this time it's going to be ASI 8 slowly being chunked out. It's going to be starting off with Ghost being taken out, another member also being knocked from afar, and they're still working on it. Some damage being done. They know that ASI 8 is across. This is going to be a crucial round for ASI 8. They cannot afford to drop out. They've already claimed 3, though, making life a little harder for the side of KAGENDRA, which now needs to find 6 points, or should I even say 7 points, to overtake ASI 8. Has KAGENDRA get the chicken dinner? Not quite. And there goes Pritam. Things are slowly falling apart inside of Los Leones, so to speak. And now ASI 8, what more can they do?
Man, you did root for Team Secret just a while ago, and obviously they are performing great. I mean, compared to the sole representative of Pakistan, I mean, currently they are at number 12, so they're hanging by a thread here, Contra. So I do hope they can put more numbers onto the scoreboard. Perhaps we will see them in survival stage, but they're not out of the woods. They know they have to exert effort. There's a lot of things that needs to be done at this point. But anyway, GLU squad right now still has complete members. But BTR right now rating getting tagged by Stickley here. Good follow through. Unfortunately, gets tagged as well. That was such a great counter coming up from BTR. Now Hasby cooking up that nade. Oh, might go up against Chill Guy over here. Can he still beat Chill and like a villain? But I think Hasby wasn't able to put him down.
Oh boy. This is going to get rough for Hasby, but he's actually doing fine holding them down the line with a couple of deflates now being thrown out. He's slowly running out of resources to damage them, but he does have the smoke. This is not going to help too much, but he does get the drop. Oh, Hasby, he secures it. He did not the announcement of BIGETRON Knights. BTR walks away empty-handed in this final round. Call it an early night, if you will. But my God, was that good from GLU? Hasby just clutched that one out of back, and Crypto is also down. 1 member left for ASI8.
Hasby made them drop, and he made it hot. Okay, here we go. 15 teams remaining. Stage number 2. Again, this is the final round for everyone. Team Secret managed to put up 3 elimination points. Now we're looking at Vampire. And they're pretty close with the boards of DRX. Now, this has been going for a while inside Picado. This is the usual drop spot, for them. And so far, Vampire Esports still trying to find an opening knock over here up against DRX so that it would pave the way for them to actually get close. But as for now, it's going to be a mid to long range fight or exchange rather coming from both the teams here. I do wonder if Harame Bros also dropped in the same spot. Let me just take a quick look. Yep, they are pretty near with AST. But you know what? The position right now for Tribe AEROMACY, they're on a 2-2 split, and 2 of them already occupied Los Higos, around Los Higos area. So
they're going to be safe.
Potentially, I mean, we could have a brutal finish for the final match, which we will love, definitely.
Yeah, I really do wonder if that's going to be a big fight or they're just going to take it really slow. Glue is on the roll, though. They are taking down KAGENDRA members. Oh, this could be spelling doom for KAGENDRA if they don't really get any sort of elimination points and they bow out. They got the big goal stuck as well. This is not a good sign. They managed to steer clear away from danger.
It's actually another Indonesian squad hunting their own. It says, well, brother, I'll see you in the PMPL, so to speak, or PMSL, if you will, if you even make it through. And you take a look at the update of the zone. Talon has already well secured AST, as you say, has been on a good side, but DRX, they follow them down. They finally concluded this Picado fight. Well, I say too soon, but that is a double nade from Ahoo! Yahoo!
Oh, man. Okay, so Vampire Esports, just like I said, they've got nothing to lose but DRX. Okay, I think they're pretty safe as well since they're included in the top 5. So whether or not they make it here out alive, I don't think it's going to take a toll on them. They're still going to be playing in survival stage. But as for Vampire Esports, this might be the final time that we will be seeing them play for Clash of Giants unless they get voted for the fan favorite team. Now, looking at Glue Squad, you just mentioned that they were on a roll just a while ago, but they're going up against Team Secret over here. But oh yeah, baby, GLU was able to survive and actually getting a lot of points, and they still get to complete the full squad.
That's right, they stick together just like what Blues does. But they just absolutely overwhelm all these teams that they eventually collabed up against. So right now, it's more about trying to find a space of their own because they are trying to take other people's space, but those are by the edges of the zone. Can they find something a little bit more central for them to play through? It's going to be a question that I will have in my head, but probably that's not going to be in the works just yet for the rest of Blue, who's currently in the best form, 9 elimination points. These guys slowly found the burst of energy very late into the night. In Indonesia, probably it's a -1 from Malaysia where I'm at, so that's kind of like, what, close to 10 p.m. It's already 9:40 for them, so it's pretty decent. It's gamer hours, by the way. I mean, what am I even saying? Where Talon Esports, they're up the hill, and no one's gonna be able to contest them out of that region. So they're gonna have a really good hustle, especially now. You keep track of the points. They're still 4 points away to be able to topple DRS once more. This is one of the first few times that we see Talon getting pushed down, and this is where the fire has ignited inside Talon once again.
Yeah, I mean, for Talon Esports, it's definitely about reclaiming their dominance and showcasing their true potential inside of the field. You know, they need to come out, you know, firing on all cylinders and prove that they can still overcome adversity. Only a win, you know, will be enough to put them back in contention. But then again, it's a short slot, you know, it doesn't even matter. I think at this point, it's all about ego, right? I mean, if you finish at the top, and it's all bragging rights.
True. And just some extra dollars for them to, you know, cover a few days of food. Because you got to split between the management, the players, or maybe the manager says, you know what, you guys can have it. You know, this is just a good way to actually start off 2025. Like, I believe in the power of manifestation. Like, if you can win this one tournament, you can win it all, right? Like, you just got to believe. And Blue Squad doing exactly just that in this round. You could win out at least this final fight. Who knows? It could just spell good luck for the rest of the year. DRS split apart, though. This is going to be concerning for DRS. Like, they were in a really nice situation, but now not so much. I could say the same about DRX. Falcons now try to hustle them through, and it's going to be a big wraparound coming from IC. Try to bait that as well. Grip prep with grenade, but that's not going to be able to actually chip up IC right now. Still looking for those angles, trying to see if he could finally fully commit, but it's QXZ that he's dealing with that will actually force him up towards the top floor. IC now. Is he going to be baited right here? Oh my god, it was Talon all along!
Wow, they're really trying to catch up. Currently, they are at 162, but they did manage to put up 5 elimination points, so they're already at 167. Now, DRS, if we're going to be looking at their points, they already have 3 elimination points, though, so they're technically think they're still in the lead, but you know, I mean, we are seeing some sort of huge energy coming from Talon Esports right now. Pretty much, we can already say that they are, you know, eager to perhaps take, you know, the throne away from DRS and put themselves back on the throne. And also for HAINA Esports, I mean, okay, still firmly in the top 3, you know, but their position is I can say precarious because they're actually doing great. 152 points is still hard to catch up if we're going to compare it to the 4th placer, which is of course the Vagabonds coming from Vietnam. But this final match is still crucial for them. But pretty much I can say, again, this top 3 teams will definitely push through in the grand finals. I think what we need to look out for are the teams that are trying to make their way, you know, be included in the remaining slots for the survival stage. But for the 3 teams at the top, I think they're already safe.
Yeah, not so much for the member of HAINA Esports that got picked up right now, but in terms of standings, for sure, they will be able to make it into the next stage. Well, Casper has also gotten one back. That's 1 point in for KAGENDRA, but also keep in mind ASI8 still has that 1 member alive, and they now hold that 3-pointer out there. If ASI8 makes it into the top 5, that is going to confirm their slot into the survival stage. But it's too soon to speak about it because we're still at stage 4. Now, what's interesting here is that we have HAINA Esports now forcing a push up towards this hillside. The only way that they could actually make it pass is to go up against the rest of VENA, who has already taken notice by now. So despite them knowing for the fact that they are right around these corners, they don't really have those clean angles because this hill is way too high for them to actually get the lower ground covered.
Okay, the good thing about this is the fact that, you know, Harami Bros is still alive now that the circle has shifted. They have the opportunity to gatekeep Talon Esports and also DRS. But hey, these are the top teams, right? But hey, you've got nothing to lose anymore, so might as well risk it, right? And now we can see that Vagabonds already slowly trying to make their way in, but Falcons IC was able to score some point as well with that massive nade and a UMP follow-through kill. 5 elimination points. IC taking some damage from right behind, so he needs to be careful. This spot is a little bit vulnerable. It's a little bit exposed, so might as well take cover for now. HAINA Esports, we've got Slayer on the screen, trying to take down Joe. Joe was able to dodge the attack and was able to take cover just at the nick of time here, but Slayer continues on trying to find whatever target, whatever is moving is definitely going to shoot that target down.
Yeah, there's big news out there. I just saw DRS tack onto a member of Talon Esports. They might actually commit to a fight and just settle the scores right here, right now for that top spot. I want to see if that actually follows true while HAINA Esports currently struggling to keep themselves afloat. They only have this small shack, but they are already inside of the zone. Therefore, they're hoping to hold as long as they can. Tribe AEROMACY, they took too long. We know that they've been playing around Lost Egos all along, but because they took that time to cut across the bridge, now find themselves in deep trouble to try to rotate across where many of these teams are all around. And I don't think the glider is part of the plan out there because it's a little too slow with too many teams being around. They're just trying to find a little bit of that wiggle room of a cover because wherever they turn, there's going to be a team that they're bound to meet.
Oh, I do love the fact that KAGENDRA still, you know, with all hopes up, you know, still trying to make their way into the survival stage. But as for Falcons Force, end of the line for the final match here at stage 5, but they did exit the game with 5 elimination points. Let's see if they will make it into the survival stage. And just like that, teams are already dropping like flies as well. Another team gets the boot with 3 elimination points under their belt. We'll be waiting, of course, for the confirmation in the overall rankings, ladies and gents. We are so close to the end of group stage for Group B. 9 teams remaining to be exact. And again, we've got 15 more seconds to go before we see stage 6. But we're looking at the teams here. We've got DRS, Talon, and HAINA. We've got Vagabonds. We've got Glue still. Tribe AEROMACY is still trying to kick it. You know, still rocking the stage. KAGENDRA as well. VENA. And Harami Bros with a complete squad. Okay, they haven't put out any numbers just yet, but then again, we still need to consider the fact that they're holding on to a compound here, and Talon Esports might decide to take this away from them.
It was actually DRS who was plotting to do so right now, but most importantly, early on when we saw KAGENDRA actually securing the final blow towards ASI8, they know that the bleeding of points have stopped. They have managed to stop ASI8, but do they have enough? They do not know. Because right now they need another 5 points to overtake ASI8, because they at least they can have a little bit of relief to know for the fact that those 5 points can be gathered so long as either A, they play safe, and true enough, they do get the circle as well. They don't really have to move. This is going to be a good game for KAGENDRA, but can they farm out those points? DRS are currently being pinched right now by the rest of Vagabonds, and they might even drop the ball right here. Talon is chasing those points with those 6 being acquired in this round so far. The gap may not be widened further on if DRS crumbles from here, but this looks like a grand reset. DRS could still remain with all 4 members.
I believe that if DRS kind of takes it slow, because if we're going to be paying attention to the number of teams that will be headed towards the direction of Vagabonds, we still got Harame and Talons, right? The circle shifted and Vagabonds right at the edge of the circle, but we've got 3 major teams coming their way, so could be hard for them to manage all 3 teams at the same time. So perhaps DRS could take it, like take it down a notch a bit and let Harame Bros also get into the mix as well as Talon. But definitely Vagabonds will be busy in just a while. Pretty much, if we're viewing the map, DRS, it's a bit, like a clear entry point from up north. And there you go. This is what we have been anticipating. VENA Esports, we've got 1 player already out of the game. Or is it 1 player? Currently knocked down, but for Vagabonds, it is the same thing. Boity is currently down on the ground. DRS already making a move. It's a 2-2 split, and Harame might deal with Talon at the same time. So a lot of fights happening simultaneously, but definitely Vagabonds, even with the power shift onto their side, not doing good for them.
Yeah, that was not really a safe bowl for them to play, especially with Kilowati securing that knock. It's going to be Harame Bros that was trying to actually take some points away from DRS. Anything stolen away will actually be very costly for the side of DRS. They want to win this battle so long as they keep those numbers rolling. As much as Talon is over on the south side, who knows? Maybe we might actually get to see that Talon versus DRS matchup once again. Bros have already moved into the bowl at the very same time, trying to secure the kill up against the rest of Vagabonds, but they are now within the crosshair of DRS. This is going to be a haul of points gathered by DRS, making it difficult for the rest of Talon, but up above them, another Indonesian team appears, and that is Gu, and they're taking down DRS. Drama all around here in the map of Miramar. They are getting shredded to pieces, and it's only down to XMPL. Can he go in for the save? It is all in or nothing. They have to survive, and GLU, they're not going to let them lose. They're inside of that smoke. There's nowhere they can run. This could be it.
Wow. Man, GLU capitalizing on whatever was happening just a while ago with Delta, Harame Bros, Vagabonds, and Talon Esports, man. And it was a quick one. I mean, 12 elimination points, double digit already. At this point, I mean, DRS, they lost 2 of their members. They already have 6 elimination points, though, but Talon is so close, and Talon already bagged 9 elimination points. So there is a possibility for this Indonesian team to actually snatch back their throne from DRS. That is how crucial this is.
You see, the spark has now turned into flames. Talon Esports, they're making wise decisions here to not overcommit in any form of fight, because there is still teams from across the region which could easily push them through. Right now, it's going to be a fight between HAINA. It's going to be a big nade that is being sent directly towards Slayer. Natsu can only sit by and watch. That life has already been claimed anyways. HAINA might decide to just ditch that effort, and then eventually, who knows, they might recall that over onto that fight once again. Zayo now pushing upwards. AST also trying to hang on, because they know that they need as much points as possible, because they're not exactly clear from this position. Zayo now just doing what he can. They're just by the corner and bull. That is going to be a lot of that Molotov. But look at the shred and the moves. It's going to be glue. Oh my word. 13-pointer run for this Indonesian side. And I don't know what they ate for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but it definitely is serving.
Oh my goodness, me, I'm just trying to enjoy the show. And I'm pretty speechless at this point. Imagine stage 7, we're down to the 5 teams remaining. VENA Esports just got eliminated with 1 point under their name, but we'll probably see them in the survival stage or not. I cannot really confirm, to be honest. GLU at the top of the spot here, bringing their A game, bringing the house down to be exact. 13 elimination points and 6 goes for Stickley. Now SKF 27, I'm just they're holding on to a compound, which is a prime spot here, Contra.
Yeah.
Oh man, this could be the best determining factor that GLU is going to have. Just because of their position, I mean, they have the biggest advantage compared to the remaining teams.
Okay, right now, it's all about who survived the longest. DRS, if they crash out, or if Talon, if they crash out, automatically, those points coming in from placement might just be enough if either or makes it into a top 3 run. This could be the determining factor. And take a look at this. KAGENDRA in the top 5. Is this enough for them to actually overtake ASIA? They still have a very healthy squad strength. And now, speaking of that, it is going to be HAINA Esports that will try to eventually close them out. Here comes the push, and it's going to be Dab trying his best to level the playing field, but it's not going to cut it. No support whatsoever to cover grounds. KAGENDRA loses 1. Looking to either cut their losses or trying to fight back. This is going to be a big risk for KAGENDRA to take. They have not gotten just about enough elimination points. But taking a look at the other side of the field, Burhan is out! We can confirm it right now, ladies and gentlemen. DRS can now play for the top 1 position. Captor is also being eliminated. It's going to be Iksan now holding it out by himself. While KAGENDRA, can they go in for the revive? All hands, all fate relies on his hands, just to correct myself. And I don't think that he should stay for any longer. And that will be it. KAGENDRA, 4th place finish with some placement points intact. And now it's time to seal the deal with the final chicken dinner. Glue Squad, DRS, and HAINA Esports.
We cannot still disregard the fact that Talon Esports was able to accumulate a lot of elimination points and placement points as well. So there is still a need for DRS to kind of have an explosive performance here, even if we are already down to just 3 teams remaining. This is stage 9, ladies and gents. 2 minutes on the clock, and then the Blue Reaper will be coming to devour them at this point. But looking at the situation, HAINA Esports also part of the top 3 DRS. GLU is the wild card here, Contra. A full squad, they have all the advantage working out for them. HAINA down to 3, DRS down to 2 members, so GLU needs to play their cards right, and they could bag the winner chicken dinner, and then we will confirm just who is going to sit on the throne. But HAINA Esports getting punished by GLU 1 by 1. They're getting picked off and dropping like flies here. Pekka very low in HP, Slayer is the same story, but you know what, XMPL trying to also get lucky with the shots here. Pekka now suffering and getting toasted alive. It is down to GLU versus the Real Soldiers for the final match here in Miramar.
DRS will be the champions of this group, but can they win it all here and seal the deal with another chicken dinner in the bag? This has been the winningest team here inside of Group B, but they are right now overwhelmed with the forces of the Indonesian squad. It is Glue Squad hunting out. Could this be a clutch play from MPL as well as Delta? We shall see. Big Nate's now dropping right in. That might actually supplement, but it's not going to be enough. XMPL drops. There's only 1 member left, and it will be a win for this Indonesian squad, Glue Squad.
Look at them dance. Oh, I would dance as well. Man, okay. A little late in the game, but still quite an impressive gameplay. Incredible, I can say, pretty amazing. And when it comes to like sticking it till the end, GLU squad definitely showed up for the final match here of Group B. But still, you know, you have to give it to DRS. They tried to hold on for as long as they could, even playing with just 2 of their members. But I'm really curious though if they managed to remain in the top spot, because TALON Esports, they did rack up a lot of points, you know. I guess we still need to wait for the overall rankings to be shown on the screen just to get the confirmation. But then again, this is such an outstanding gameplay coming from GLU squad. You know, they do deserve that varsity jackets that they're wearing. If I see them in my school, like, oh, look at those boys. They're the online stars. They're the PUBG Mobile stars, you know. And I would love to, again, wear that jacket.
Well, you know, it was interesting to actually take note of all this, like the circumstances that these teams are being put right through, where you saw there were moments that Blue Squad could have actually overwhelmed DRS. I honestly don't know how DRS managed to survive, because we saw they were all packed into 1 layer of smoke only. And GLU decided, hey, let's not approach it anymore. They let them off the hook. And that has determined who has been crowned the champions of this Group B, respectively. But Blue Squad doesn't care about what this feud is between all the other squads. They are here to prove themselves as this up-and-coming rising stars of Indonesia. And up to now, I'm not sure if those IGNs are based on their actual names where they will play in tournaments, but they have absolutely convinced me that they will be one of the forerunners moving into this brand new season into Indonesia as well as the Southeast Asia scene. But DRS, like, I love that they've recharged over the course of that esports winter, and then you see this explosive side. Like, we have very little altering of how the lineup's looking like, but it really felt like they have very different philosophies of how they play the game so far.
Yeah, okay, so if we're gonna be real honest here, DRS did not really perform that great during the PMGC, so I guess this is kind of a wake-up call, you know, for the real soldiers to get back into training, you know, and talk about like how they can recalibrate everything that needs to be adjusted when it comes to their gameplay, strategy, and synergy, and, you know, the whole team composition, the dynamics of it all. And DRS so far very promising, lots of potential, you know, with this roster, and hopefully we see them back again for PMGC, you know, like redeem themselves and get the deserving win, you know, for PMGC. But MVP of the match, no doubt, goes to Sticky over here with 6 elimination points and 848 damage. This time it's a more, you know, accurate damage output, matching those elimination points that we can see on the board here. And wow, these are your top performers for Miramar. No doubt that the whole squad is here. I mean, Sickly 6, GLU SKF 27 with 5 elimination points, Hasby and Xbox both with 4 men. This, guys, if you're gonna be looking at the team contribution, it's everything is fair, you know, except for Stickley over here. I mean, if you're gonna be considering the elimination points, obviously, like, he did most of the work here, but still, what a great team composition, team dynamic, and of course team synergy, showing great teamwork at the end of the day.
All hands on deck. Like, the numbers speak for itself. Like, if you just remove your eyes from elimination points, right, like, those damage numbers are pretty absurd. Like, usually 100 points is like a knock, right? And you add a little bit extra, that's a kill. Sometimes, like, a kill could be less than 100 points as well. So those are just numbers that every team would dream of achieving. 29 points? Are you kidding me? 29 points.
And look at that, DRS and Talon tied up with 13.
Oh, that confirms it. DRS, they remain at the top.
Oh yeah, they remain at the top, man.
Because they have that extra point from that previous round. And DRS, because of that chicken dinner, they've won it all.
Oh man,
they
you know what?
The final one, but this cuts it. This is perfect. What an ending to the story. And KAGENDRA with 6 points. Wait, 6 points, I don't think it's enough, is it? Up against ASI8.
I honestly don't know. Just waiting for the screen and the overall rankings to kind of pop up. But honestly, Contra, I was this close once again to getting with my winner chicken dinner, and it's both DRS when I picked it, right? First, it was DRX who denied me the point, and now it was GLU Squad. I mean, like, seriously, guys.
Well, at least, like, maybe I can give you 0.5 for each of it, so we're kind of even in that sense, you know. We'll give it to you, you know. It's still a top 4 finish. Like, there's very good reasons why we have good indicators for some teams out there who would do well. Sometimes we also do have empathy where we're hoping a certain team could actually bounce up, which is why like we're rooting for them. Does not guarantee a chicken dinner. I mean, to strike that, it's like 1 out of 16 chance, you know? So, you know, you got fault us for that, but I hope you guys who have been watching have also gotten your predictions right. Who is the MVP? It is none other than XMPL. 35 eliminations throughout the course of all of these matches in Group B. Or should I even say maybe it's the course of just today itself. And that damage output, bro, put him in any roster, this guy delivers.
Ooh, man, 35. Is this the biggest that we've had so far? Even with the damage output, 7,189. For today, I think this is by far the highest that we've got for DRS. Is that true? I hope Mission Control can confirm whether or not it is accurate. But yeah, I mean, road to MVP, easy like that. XMPL was able to take the top spot with 1.94 average elimination point. He is actually tied up with Axel. I guess the difference would be the average survival time and the damage output, hence XMPL getting the first spot here. Now we also have, coming from Talon, would be Linux. We've got Killer Whitey coming from DRS and Borhan from Talon. So we've got 3 players from Indonesia coming from Talon Esports and 2 Nepali coming from DRS.
Yeah, I can't wait for survival stage already because all these stacked rosters, once they clash horns again, oh boy, I think this drama is brewing between Talon as well as DRS because Talon's not going to be happy about what went through with this group stage. And you saw how hard they actually fought to not be in that second place to try to reclaim that #1 spot. But with XMPL's exemplary effort throughout the course of today's match, you saw they were getting 2 chicken dinners for today. And there's also like top 2 finishes. This roster of DRS, so long as they keep this up, I think that, you know, they can get into the form where they could be good for PMGC, though it's be a long year ahead. So let's not get too ahead of ourselves. 6 points of a difference, and DRS are the champions of Group B. And Glue, out of the 20 over points that they hauled, they were close enough. They pushed down VES to claim that #4 spot. Gives them a lot more confidence to battle it out moving into the survival stage, where we'll also get to see DRX, Team Secret, MME, as well as BTR to also join in the ranks. Now, the big question is on what's in store for the ones who are in the second page.
Oh man, okay, I'm waiting for, okay, let's see here who made it. Okay, ASI8 is still the ERANGEL and Falcons, but I mean, good game, well played, you know, for KAGENDRA, VENA, RSG, Harami Bros, Vampire, and 628. But yeah, again, just would like to remind everyone that you can cast your vote for teams that did not make it, and if you would want to see them perform the grand finals, all you need to do is just cast your vote in the fan favorite. So you better make sure that you guys follow Ruthless Esports, because that's where they will be posting the mechanics or like the process on how you can vote for your favorite team, right, to see them play in the grand finals. But Contra, what a thrilling, you know, conclusion to Group B. We've witnessed a lot of incredible, you know, action with the teams really fighting hard, you know, for every point that they can actually get from the battlefield. So yeah, let's just put a spotlight on those teams that will be playing for the survival stage. Again, coming from the Group A, it's Austria from Thailand, Team Panon, D-Saver, Team Flash, Guangdong. We also have RQ, which is a staple name of the Clash of Giants, New Era, Sem9, and Dewa United. And as for this group, it's GLU, Vagabonds, DRX, Team Secret, MME, BTR, Team Falcons, Tribe AEROMACY, and of course, Crypto's gang, ASIA.
You know, the rest of KAGENDRA might feel so bummed out about this because they tie in the number of points with ASI8 by the end of the round. But don't forget, ASI8 have achieved a chicken dinner that is just about enough to deny them in the tiebreaker scenario, and therefore ASI8 still makes it through. So KAGENDRA, they needed either 1 point or chicken dinner. There's no in between out of that. So of course, we thank them for the effort. We thank all the teams that have joined us. And of course, in the grand finals, whoever makes the cut through the survival stage will also join in the ranks of DRS, Talon Esports, HNE, Formidable Vibes, as well as Grid Force that will be there in the finals. Well, what's really interesting is that, you know, the top three, they automatically get that slot. Survival stage, oh boy, that's gonna be so intense. So tomorrow, Group C is gonna be in action for 3 days back to back. We'll see who locks in that top three for the finals, and then the rest of the pack, they gotta play that last chance as well as survival stage to make the cut.
Yep, and again, you know, huge congratulations to DRS. You know, they've proven themselves to be the undisputed champions for this group, at least, showcasing an incredible display of versatility across every map. I don't know how many times I'm going to be talking about versatility here. I mean, it is, after all, a key ingredient of winning championship, you know, winning tournaments. So, yeah, I mean, what do I say? The final circle rotation, you know, was a game changer. Despite having just 2 of their members go up against the LU squad, I think they still, you know, they gave their best. And they were successful enough to remain at the top spot. It was a tough challenge, to be honest, going up against TALON Esports. They're also, you know, pretty determined to the fact that to finish this one at the top. But at the end, after a very long journey, after a lot of hard battles that they've gone through, it was DRS, the real soldiers, who came undisputed, who came out guns blazing and obliterating everyone, proving themselves to be one of the formidable teams in the Clash of Giants Season 6.
Yeah, it's just chef's kiss on what went down here inside of Group B. Group C is going to be just as exciting or maybe even more explosive, so that's for you guys to check out. So make sure you hit that sub button right now, because tomorrow will once again kick off with more action here inside the Clash of Giants. So till then, of course, take good care and have a great evening.